y'all doing? All right.
All right, so Ryan says he's running late,
Thank you so much.
25 to
All
30
right.
minutes. But I'm coming, okay.
Hey, how y'all doing? All right.
That's Shepherd in the back. Must have come to mind first.
I'm sorry, go ahead. You're not the first person that's called me that today either. Oh. She ain't got glasses on.
We go.
I have 3 o'clock.
We gonna wait on Gwen?
Yeah, we're gonna wait. Ryan says he's 25 to 30 minutes late. James, I talked to just a while ago, and he said he's coming.
Okay.
He said, I'm free, so I'll be there in time. You making an announcement to tell them what's going on?
Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to wait just a few more minutes. We're waiting on a quorum to show for our meeting. I know we're a few minutes past time to start, but bear with us just a few minutes. We have had conversations with several of our other commissioners, and they are en route. They're just running a few minutes late. Your mic's your hot, sir.
Second.
Oh, yeah, okay, I got it. Here you go. All right.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the Spalding County Board of Commissioners December 15th workshop. I would ask that you please silence your cell phones and all other electronic devices. I would also ask that Commissioner Gwen Flowers Taylor of District 1 to deliver the invocation and Commissioner Reginald Watts to lead us in the pledge to the flag.
would, bow your heads, please. Father, we come together today in this room just in thanksgiving for all the many blessings that you've given us. There are those of us in our community who didn't wake up in a warm place this morning, who didn't get a full stomach at lunchtime, and who don't know where they're going to sleep tonight. We just ask you to be a watchful eye over them. Keep your angels around them and protect this community the same way you will protect them. Be in this room today, Lord, as we take care of the business of the citizens of Spalding County. Give us the ability to see, to provide justice, and do the right thing for the right reason. These things we ask, Father, in the name of your Son, Jesus. Amen.
Join me in the pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioners. Agenda items. Item number 1, discussion of the 2025 Parks and Leisure Service Master Plan. I'd like to thank Commissioner Flowers Taylor and the Parks and Leisure Service Advisory Commission for their dedicated work on this plan, and would like to recognize the Director for Parks, Public Grounds and Public Works, T.J. Imberger. Okay, maybe it's going to be Kelly. Excuse me. And Leisure Services for this discussion. Commissioner Flowers Taylor, would you like to start off and talk a little bit to this?
Actually, no.
Okay.
I'm going to defer to Kelly.
All right.
Good
Hello, Director.
afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to bring this year-long project to completion. We've had an outstanding experience with CPL, and Cindy Bonacci, the project manager, is here to present briefly our master plan. To be honest, I'm already using it. It brought forth many things that brings focus on areas that we need to put additional attention to, and I think our community will greatly benefit from this plan. Cindy?
Okay.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, members of the Board of Commissioners, and Dr. Ledbetter. Thank you for having me today. Just want to run through briefly. We've been working on this a while now, so it has come to fruition, and we're excited to be able to present it to you all today. So we can go ahead and start rolling through the slideshow. Today, I just want to touch on some highlights. You'll see up on the right corner, that's a word map that came out of some of our public input. Those larger words are some of the things that were voiced most often. We're going to talk a little bit about the process that we went through with the master plan, talk a little bit about some key takeaways, run through some operations recommendations, talk a little bit about maintenance, talk about some funding allocations as well, and then a brief summary, and then I'll open up the floor for questions. This was our timeline for the project. As you can see, we won the project and was awarded it in May of 2024. You can see the different phases that we went through, from the initial assessment, community engagement, the analysis, the implementation plan, and then final recommendations. As you can see, that bottom line is the draft that we've been working on to present you with for the last few months, and that is where we are today. So again, some of the key takeaways from our gap analysis, which is basically where we looked at your inventory, compared it to national standards, and established a benchmark or a standard here for Spalding County. Some of the key takeaways was recreation centers and community centers, not necessarily new buildings, but basically enhancing what you have and maybe expanding on what you have. Looking at some interactive water features, splash pads particularly, looking at trail expansion and connections across the county. That was one of our takeaways that was most requested by the public, and then also enhancing and expanding athletic fields and courts as well. Looking at operations and talking about staffing gaps, that's one of the key takeaways that we had when looking both at leisure services as well as parks. The current staffing level for full-time employees is 34 between the two departments. 23 in parks, and 11 full-time in leisure services. So that existing level of service is 4.8 full-time employees per 10,000 residents. The recommended staffing level is 73. This is based on NRPA guidelines for a community your size. So basically looking at that detriment, that gap, there's 39 full-time employees that would be needed between parks and leisure services to reach more of a 9.7 FTEs per 10,000 residents. The national standard is 10.5. So that is a little bit lower than the national standard, but we feel like 9.7 per 10,000 is adequate for Spalding County. Okay. Looking at maintenance, this was probably one of the biggest eye-opening discoveries during the master plan is looking at the actual maintenance backlog here in Spalding. Not to say that your staff is not fantastic and doing a wonderful job and they maximize resources and stretch every dollar they're given. But this is basically looking at deferred maintenance, projects that need to be done due to the age of the facility or the lifespan of the particular project or facility. So we estimated, and again, this is an estimate, that you are around $12 million in deferred maintenance, which is called a maintenance backlog. A couple of the examples I put on the slide, the roofs on your facilities are over 30 years old, and the HVAC systems are also over 30 years old. And so we did a total cost. There you'll see for each of those two examples. The main recommendations for maintenance is to, of course, begin tackling this backlog with some additional resources, to really focus on preventative maintenance, to look at expansion of distribution hubs, which is going to make the process of maintaining the sites a little bit more logistically manageable. And then, of course, training, optimization, and succession planning for the department, as most of your senior leadership have been with the department now for 30 years or so. Okay. Some funding allocations that we looked at, obviously grants, fees, different partnerships, both public and private partnerships, looking at cost recovery, additional SPLOST allocations. Obviously, SPLOST has been beneficial to the department in the past. Looking at impact fees, a potential bond program in the future, and then also looking at a per household parks and leisure services fee. For most of the clients we've worked with in the metro Atlanta area, most are accepting of about a $50 per household fee to support Parks and Rec. That could benefit the maintenance backlog as well if it's deemed to go that route. But these are just some examples of some different funding sources that could help with that gap that we found. Okay, next. In summary, again, I won't keep you long, and I'm happy to open it up for questions, but we have enjoyed this process thoroughly, working with your staff. Obviously, you know you have one of the best staffs in the state of Georgia, if not beyond that. They're award-winning. The department has been award-winning. Your staff has been award-winning. It has been a great collaboration from the administrative side to the actual boots on the ground folks that we've worked with. It has been amazing. We enjoyed the public input process. We interviewed 41 stakeholders. We had roughly 1,500 responses to the survey. We had a steering committee, mostly represented by the plaque board. So it has just been a great process from the start with you guys, and a great experience. Again, in closing, just to focus on the county assets, you are unique in the sense that you have a very rural feel to the county, as well as you have a city in Griffin, and to just focus on those opportunities between the rural aspects of the county and the city aspects of the county, to really focus on staffing and leadership and that succession plan, and then of course focusing on maintenance and focusing on maintaining what you have and preserving it, and focus on that now instead of adding new right away. And again, at the end of the day, all of this is for the betterment of the community and their quality of life. So again, kudos to you and your staff for what you do here for Spalding County, and we've just been so happy to work with you all throughout this project. So thank you. I do have one thing that I wanted to mention on behalf of CPL. We brought a little gift for the Leisure Services Department today as a thank you. But we've brought a portable pickleball system that can be used throughout the department wherever they want it to be used. So I'll leave that here with Kelly and Megan to take back with them and use however they see fit. So again, thank you.
Thank you for that, that's for sure. Ms. Gwynn, have you got some comments you'd like to make now?
Well, I would like,
Ms.
maybe
Gwynn.
for Kelly to share one of the things that came out of our meeting the other night, that two of the main reasons that people indicated in the surveys that they didn't use the park facilities was related to, some safety aspects and just the age and
That's
condition.
correct. Those were the top two reasons, people, well, there were three top reasons. One was safety, feeling safe in our parks and facilities. Number two was the condition of facilities. And number three, not offering what they are looking for in facilities and programs.
This was a really good experience for me. I feel like since I've been here, this may be like the third time that I've been involved with the Parks Master Plan. It's always been different. Lessons walking away from this, and I'm surprised that Peter Phelps is not here because he has made it clear that he was not happy with it. But things that we learned as an advisory board is that we have to be more intentional about how we want to see surveys done, or even just to ask how they plan to do surveys if we feel that that's not appropriate. I thought for a minute we was going to have to, scrap it. Peter gave us a break. Yeah, I think it was just to say again, it was different the last time we did it, and I think the last time we did it, it was really about we just didn't have enough facilities for people. We didn't have enough new facilities. And since that time, we have gotten multiple new facilities, and I find it interesting that the basic summary of this is that we need to fix the stuff we got because it's raggedy. So, thank you. That's all I got.
Okay. You have a question?
No.
Okay. We're going to approve this tonight? Is this on the thing tonight? Yes.
It is.
Yes. All right. I'm just trying to make sure I got everything. Approval of this is just approving them coming to us.
CPL
That is
master
correct.
plan.
This is
is not-
approving the master plan, not approving anything inside it.
funding,
It's just
yeah.
approving the
And
master plan.
not any funds to it.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Any other questions before tonight? All right. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item number 2, discussion of the Parks and Leisure Service Advisory Commission proposal to accept a new motor coach policy with fee structure.
Yes, good afternoon again.
Good afternoon again.
I was actually asked to conduct an evaluation of our motor coach operating expenses and revenues, as well as considering the cost of the vehicle's depreciation within those numbers. To complete the requested task, I reviewed the listing of trips, mileage, collected fees, user groups, as well as costs incurred to include driver wage, fuel, maintenance, and insurance. And to prepare this information and allow us to view this as an annual expense, I took the data of 1 year of service from September of '24 to September of '25. This helps us get a good picture of what 1 year's use looks like. Okay, we can go to the first slide. The year that we're looking at is September '24 to '25. Within that time, we had 27 total trips, revenue $11,862. There were 4 no-cost trips in those in that total. There were 40 days of travel because some trips were multi-day. We had 6 user groups that included Macon Tracks Travel Club, Southern Crescent Tech, Georgia Recreation Park Association, City of Griffin, Archway, and Senior Nutrition. There were 6,089 paid trip miles, and under that policy, the cost recovery was 72.5%. Okay. As we look at considering including a sinking fund, you can see the color boxes to the right. You can see the total cost would be $70,505. And you can see that that is encompassed by $52,500 in a sinking fund contribution, driver wage of $9,920, fuel, maintenance, and insurance. The cost comparison with the sinking fund, based on that 1-year sample, is $70,500. Under the current policy, from the previous slide, it was $16,353. That cost difference to the users would be $54,152. The cost per mile with the sinking fund is $8.70. The cost per mile under current policy, $2.69. The cost difference of $6.01. Next slide. If we were to contribute to a sinking fund, we've not collected a sinking fund for the first years of owning the vehicle. Its current mileage is 23,900. If we were to implement 10 additional years towards a sinking fund, you would see at the end of 2035, the balance would be $630,000 in the sinking fund to replace the vehicle. So, there are many ways to look at this, and believe me, I tried to make this as simple as I possibly could.
Thank you.
What we've done is created a calculator by which we can base this on. So, if we had 40 planned trips, the idea is to increase the number of trips that are hosted by the vehicle. Let's say it moves almost once a week for a year. 40 planned trips. The average mileage we figured at 225, anticipated mileage of 9,000, and 50 travel days based on multiple day trips. Our estimated operating in that scenario, fuel would be 8,000, maintenance 3,000, insurance 1,600, depreciation 52,500, and just to highlight, I know you're already thinking this, that's $1,000 a week. A new part-time tour planner, if we're going to keep this vehicle moving as much as we need to, the more we move it, the more affordable it is. Having a tour planner on staff would enable us to do that. That's a combined cost of $95,000, plus the variable of the driver wage. So, for example, if we have a local trip and they only travel 25 miles, but the driver's with them 8 hours, that driver's wage has to be a variable based on their time rather than time behind the wheel. So that's $107,552. So if this new model is adopted, that cost per mile would be $10.57 plus driver wage. Next slide. Okay, so to compare this to what we're already doing, the 3-day trip, these are real trips, 3-day trip to South Carolina, the one they just returned from on Sunday, the mileage was 378. Under this sample, multiply that to the $10.57, that cost would be just under $4,000 plus the driver's hours. That trip cost to roll would be $4,771. For 50 passengers, that's $95.43 per person. What we actually charged them was $1,716 or $34 per person. I noted to pre-answer your questions. I did do get some quotes from charter companies. That puts us right at what a charter company would charge us to take the trip. A very popular trip, a 1-day trip to LJ, 267 miles. If we were to implement the $10.57 per mile, it would cost $2,822 plus the driver's wage of then be $3,000 total. That cost per person with a full bus at 50 would be $61.42. We previously charged $5.86 or $12 per person. A professional quote for a one-day trip to LJ was between $1,500 and $2,200. So you can see what we've done is created an image where you can literally see the more this vehicle moves, the more affordable it gets per mile. So if we just do 10 trips a year, it's going to cost between $40 and $45 a mile. If we do 50 trips a year, the other side of the spectrum, it brings it down to under $10 per mile. I have shared this presentation with the Macon Tracks Travel Club president. We put the calculator in motion and talked through this so they would not be blindsided and would understand what we're bringing here. And they have a new board. What you see before you have some old members of a board, some new members of a board, and they are motivated and have committed to pursue weekly trips. So that will greatly reduce the cost to operate. It's a lot to take in.
Okay.
So, what's the ask?
The ask of me was to present the cost. So I am presenting the results of what it has cost us to operate and adding a sinking fund and doing efforts to get this vehicle moving as much as possible. So,
Okay, because I thought there was and I could be totally wrong, a policy change to the travel.
right now we do, we figure fuel, we figure driver wage,
No, I don't mean
and
that.
the maintenance fee to calculate.
Right, I'm talking about, in terms of talking about the number of trips, the conversation at Leisure Services, the advisory board was that based on the users that we have, we need to multiply the numbers of users. So that's what I thought the ask was coming, that there was a policy change. So, no.
So the policy is really based on, is the county going to pass is the county going to create a sinking fund? If you create a sinking fund, then that addresses our calculator, and that will add $1,000 a week to that bus moving. That we have to recuperate that.
So not add
I'm
to
not
the bus.
asking for the deferred or the sinking fund. I'm presenting to you what that would do to the cost, so that you understand, if you choose to implement a sinking fund for this, what it would do to the cost of the user.
So I'm going to try to say this back to you in the English that I understand. You're saying that if the sinking fund is created, the actual maintenance costs or replacement costs will be paid for out of the sinking fund.
Yes.
Okay. So, again, unless the bus is used more than it's being used now, that is not going to happen.
Right.
So the conversation that I remember at Leisure Services was that we have these few partners that we say use the bus, and basically the Macon Tracks Travel Club. Now you alluded to having a tour person.
That was asked for by the advisory commission.
Right,
to-
but
to-
that's what I'm saying, but saying to us that you need a tour person doesn't explain to us how that tour person is going to pay for them being there.
that would be incurred into the cost for that to move.
So it's not just the $1,000 a week in the depreciation and maintenance. It's the $1,000 a week plus the $30,000 a year for.
Yes.
So 80,000. There were other costs in that diagram as well, which
Yes.
raised it to 90, if that's right.
It ended up totaling 107,000.
So,
So,
let me just recount what I remember. We all know that our memory is not that good. The reason, and I didn't know a $30,000 fee. That's the first time I seen that. But the conversation at the advisory board was that if Leisure Services wanted to have someone to schedule a trip to the Falcons ball games or the Hawks every week that they're playing, or to the ballet, they would need someone who could do that, because they would have to purchase tickets, they would blah, 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 blah. But that would add additional trips to that total
their
cost.
wage to that
So,
total.
so saying that having the extra person for $30,000 doesn't mean anything if we don't know on the other side what it is that they're gonna do to be worth that $30,000. That part was left out.
Right.
So
They would absolutely be charged. They would, of course, we would write a job description. We would seek the right person who would market, plan, group tickets, manage the budget, manage the funding, all those kinds of things.
And part of that discussion as well was that 3 or 4 people on the Leisure Services Board are CDL truck drivers. And they say that bus is not being moved enough. That an engine for that kind of vehicle needs to roll nearly every day. So not just doing a sinking fund, but we have to be able to generate the kind of trips that we need. So yes, it would take an individual to do that, but then the bus would be on the street more than one time a week.
Yes.
Wherever it would go, it would be identified as the Spalding County bus, which
Yes.
other people will see that it's being used, not talking about private people coming in, but trips through Leisure Services.
That's right.
Which
That's
that
right.
would require someone to be able to do that planning. So yeah, I think part of that got left out in that
Okay.
explanation.
Right there. No, actually, the last one with the frequency of trips. I think it was the last one. That one. So if we did more than one trip a week, more than one trip a week, we would exceed 50 trips in a year. It would be even less. It would greatly, I could take that graph and go even further if we had the means to plan weekly trips as well as supplement with Macon Tracks Travel Club trips, which their goal is 40 to 50 trips a year. So that's at least one a week. So we've got several other days during the week that we could promote and bring that even further. So what we discussed in advisory commission is to use the calculator, because the more trips that we can plan, the cheaper it's going to be per mile. So if we could double that, imagine what the graph, I wish I had, thought beyond the one a week trip on this particular slide.
So my thing, for you, Kelly, and for the board as well, is that we have done a really poor job of creating funding for our maintenance throughout the entire county. We had to fight to get this bus. We had to hope to get a SPOS pass to get it. And it just doesn't make sense when we can see on the front side for us to wait till 10 years when the bus is raggedy and try to figure out how to come up with $800,000 or $1 million, whatever it is then. The money that is being generated from these trips should most definitely go into a fund to re-support that and not be just a general piece of your budget. So if that is what the ask is, yes, I understand that. I just wanted everyone to understand that the hiring somebody is not necessarily something that has been decided. It's a recommendation from Leisure Services, but it's not an official recommendation.
That's right.
But I say to you that while I appreciate Macon Tracks Travel Club wanting to plan up to 50 trips a year, we're into the 3rd year on that bus. We need to ramp it up 2 or 3 notches. That might not ramp it up a notch. On our side, we need to ramp it up.
That's
because
right.
we're behind on collections, and we're 3 years behind on collections toward maintenance and replacement of that bus.
comment, James?
So, whereas I like the idea, the idea that taxpayers should somehow subsidize trips is that doesn't make any sense. So these trips should be supporting themselves, and that includes the cost of the full cost. So if that includes a bus, the bus was $250,000 or something.
It was $750,000.
Yeah, $750,000.
It was actually $525,000, and it was purchased through T-Splost funds.
And the amount that we spent in T-Splost was after what we got with the sale of the old bus. So that was after the trade-in, as it were. So those are large dollar amounts. And if the citizens want to support these trips and go on these trips and have a trip a week that is totally independent from the taxpayer money, that's great. However, there are some needs in the county. We need a new jail. We need more courthouse space. We need more sheriff's deputies. We have potholes. We need a lot of roads repaved. Those are needs. This is a neat program, and I'm glad that people are taking advantage of it, and I hope it expands. But no one's going to die if we don't have these trips. No, boy, that'd be a missed opportunity if we don't have these trips. But at the same time, if the taxpayers subsidize this in any way, that's taking money away from the things that we need to be paying for. So if these are to continue, they have to support themselves. So if we can get someone, to volunteer to plan these trips, if we can get someone to, excuse me. Hey, if we don't want it to happen, it's real easy to put this towards potholes. I'm not against that. So, laugh if you want to. We're talking about spending $30,000 on a trip planner.
You're talking about spending $30,000 to ask somebody to do the work for free. That's what I'm laughing about. Nobody's going to do that. That's a job.
The one concern is that when this was put on the T-Splost and then purchased, it brought voters to vote for that, but it's been running a couple of years, and now we're telling them, it was programmatic at the time that it was put on that ballot, and now we're asking them, oh wait, now you've got to pay for it. It was not understood from the start, and I think that in that message to people, that was missing from that message.
We definitely need to correct the messaging with any sort of tax increases that we put in. T-Splosses, the 2016 Splost was a messaging disaster, but those were all before my time. That said, what a Splost or a T-Splost pays for is a specific thing, not the maintenance and operation, not the programming that goes along with it. Just look at what we did with the aquatic center. That was supposed to be almost a joint venture with the school system. They were going to have swim teams, and we were going to collect all this money from entrance fees and stuff, and we've made it free for everyone under 18 effectively, over my no vote to do so. And so the idea that the taxpayers should be subsidizing private trips for fun, that we have people, Gwen mentioned it in her prayer, we have people that woke up this morning cold and homeless. We could spend this money in a much more effective, much better way. I'm not saying we should end this program. I'm saying these programs need to 100% pay for themselves. 100%. There's a lot of things, like I said, that the county must do. And then there's a bunch of things that we'd like it to do. But even on that list of wants, there's higher priorities than people taking field trips in a bus. I know that sounds bad, but there's the math.
I'm
You know
not
what I mean?
arguing against that. I know that what we're given in the beginning, we managed to our absolute level best.
Our Parks and Leisure is second to none, and we've got the awards to prove it. And I can't tell you how proud we are of it and how often I brag about it. But you know, our parks and leisure adds to our community and the value and the quality of life here in town. But that's why it's higher up on our wants list. But ultimately, everything to do with parks and leisure is a want. No one dies if we don't have parks. Now, our quality of life is worse. I want there to be parks. I visit the parks all the time. I'm upset that they took out the playground equipment that I played on as a kid when we took over the city park. I'm still mad about it because I wanted my kids to play on that stuff too. But at the end of the day, it's not the government's responsibility to provide road trips for folks. You know what I'm saying? So if we're going to do this, and I hope that we do, my entire point here is this needs to be totally self-sustaining, including when we need a new bus. That's what the sinking fund's for.
All right, we're not voting on this. This is the first time we've gotten this information to us in the form that we can really look at and say, hey, how much do we want to do this? Where's the money come from? So this is kind of eye-opening to most of us that this is the first time we've seen it. I believed that when we got the bus, that it was going to be self-sufficient.
That's right.
To be able to do it. We
That's
got
right.
the bus, and now for the first time, we've looked at the numbers and said, oh, this isn't self-sufficient. We're doing it. So that's the point that I've got to make. We've got to sit down and think through this a little bit more to be able to see, hey, do we want to do this?
So I ask you, Mr. Chairman, with Spalding County, the Development Authority, the school system, Southern Crescent, UGA, all of these partners that you have, and I don't know how many days out of the year they use those buses, they're getting it as a gratuity. So if everybody else has to pay for it, then they should have to pay for it,
I agree with that completely.
including us when we use it.
Oh, I agree.
And secondly, I would like to assure you that had it not been for the seniors in the walking club, that SPLOST never would have passed because nobody had any confidence in us that we would actually do the roads. It was a SPLOST that got those people to come out to vote. Y'all don't have to shake your head. I already know. So what I'm saying to you is, while I think it's magnanimous that we say this, we need to do it for everything if it's going to be uniform. Because what your idea and your idea of a want and a need is quite different from mine because I have 20 more years of age on you. So my priorities are different. And if somebody were 20 years younger than you, I think their priorities would be different. So it's no disrespect to anyone.
I agree.
But we have to remember after the end of the day, even if it is a SPLOST or T-SPLOST, it ain't but 5 of us up here, and that's only 5 votes. The people out there are the ones that make that decision. So,
And the
going
people out there
forward,
voted for it.
just
Voted
know-
for the street, voted for us
just
to
know
buy the bus.
because they already have paid the taxes to run this. So they paying for us to do this. They voted for the SPLOST, which is not from taxes, not general purpose taxes. And now you're going to tell them, oh, you need to pay for every cent it costs to use that bus that you already bought. I'm not saying that that's right. I'm not saying they shouldn't share a portion of it, but I'm just saying be careful how you talk.
I
Is there-
agree.
Is there no way to get like sponsorships and stuff? I mean, I know that they've gone to North Carolina and to other, sort of very specific destinations. Is there no way to reach out to those big corporations that we're taking a busload of folks to sponsor
Sponsored.
the trip?
Honestly, I think that's exactly what the request is for the planning coordinator position, is to run down those levels of funding for the use of the bus.
Okay.
This is a think piece right now. In our mind, this is a think piece to start. A little bit later on, we're going to talk about prioritization. And when we do that, that's just what we've got to be able to think through and understand. If we need more information from Kelly or something like that, we'll have to go ask her to go back and do it like we did with the funds for the pool, everything. All right.
So no ask.
As far as this evening,
No. Is she
same
here this evening?
presentation or?
This is not on.
I don't remember
It is.
seeing it. It may be on here, but I think that there is an opportunity for the board to really contemplate what the the position is for the ask, and maybe bring that back at the next Board of Commissioners meeting for a decision.
So is there an action tonight, is what I'm saying?
If there is, I would make a recommendation that we table for this evening for you to have more consideration about what the request is
Just
gonna be.
trying to understand.
Yep,
Okay.
yep. All right,
Thank you.
thanks, Kelly. All right. Item number 3, discuss, come back, thank you. Discussion of the recommendation from the Parks and Leisure Services Advisory Committee to accept Boost 2.0 funding in the amount of $65,000 for 2026 out-of-school time programming. And Kelly is back with us again.
Yes, this is great news. We had 1 year where the state of Georgia did not fund building out-of-school time programming in their state budget due to much advocacy from around the state, from people like us that saw the great benefits that this money had in out-of-school time programming, accelerated learning, the whole child type of services that we provide. So GRPA, once again, is managing, they're facilitating those funds to Parks and Leisure Services departments. We applied, we received $65,000. That will supplement our summer of 26 and the end of school year in 26.
Well,
So we're very, very pleased and ready to spend that money on certified educators and programmatic materials that are STEAM related.
But is there any sort of match from us, or is this
No
all
match.
fantastic?
Yeah.
It's the best grant I've ever worked with.
What year is this for us, Kelly?
Pardon me?
What year is this for us getting the Boost grant?
So this will be year 4.
So I just cannot say enough how the leisure services staff gets out, and when the money is not there, they find it and they make it happen. And I want to give kudos to
Yep,
you guys for
absolutely
that.
agree.
Thank you.
Absolutely agree.
Thank you.
Okay,
All
thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to say, I know this is kind of backtracking, but in our agenda, I know we said we were going to table that one item. There is a motor coach policy in there.
There is a motor coach policy in there, but it also has a fee schedule that's associated with it. So you can adopt the motor coach policy and then table the fee schedule until you have more time, or you can consider the fee schedule that was just presented.
Okay, I thought we were just going to table. I just want to make sure if this is 2 items or 1.
Let's just
Just
take-
1, okay.
Let's just table, yeah,
All
all right. Item number 4, presentation of the Griffin Spalding Regional Airport Strategic Development Plan. Dr. Ledbetter? And while Dr. Ledbetter's getting set up, I want to take the time to thank Commissioner Flowers Taylor for chairing the committee that is talking about the airport around the area and all that stuff. That's a big deal to us, and there's people who want to walk in the door to be able to talk about it. I thought this would get to a small group of people. This is a much bigger group than I originally had anticipated, so I say thank you to that. All right, Dr. Ledbetter?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to take a few minutes and share with the Board of Commissioners and our community what we have learned from a consulting firm by the name of KB Advisory Group, who did work for the county on behalf of the committee that Commissioner Gwen Flowers Taylor chaired for the Off-Airport Stakeholders Committee. And I dare you to say that name fast 3 times. But I just want to share with you just for a few minutes about what we gleaned from the report that they provided in their strategic framework overview. So the new Griffin Airport is a generational event. And what the information that the KB Advisory Group shared with us, and I think we did, we had Madison sitting here, she will be back in a moment. But what we have been told is this is a generational event, meaning that this airport that is being constructed on the eastern side of the county will be a once-in-a-lifetime event for our community. And the reason I say that is because the length of the runway, the amount of investment will be a significant difference in how this airport is designed and constructed in comparison to our current airport. The new airport will be 5,000 foot runway with the ability to extend to 5,500, maybe a little bit farther. It will be a level 3 airport, which is a significant change because level 3 under the FAA rules indicates that you could do small charter aircraft out of the level 3 facility. Do I think that's going to occur? I don't. I believe this will be mostly, in the indication from the presentation that KB Advisory Group shared with us, is that this will be mostly private jet or private owned aircraft that will be a part of this facility. But with the amount of development that's coming in and around our community, I think we will see an increase in the number of aircraft that come into this facility because of all of the development that is currently on the books or coming in. And that includes Butts County for River Park or portions of Henry County as well for the development that they have. To better understand the opportunities at hand, the way that the consultants provided the information, they are estimating that between now, today, literally today, and 2045, they expect to see 29 million square feet of new industrial or flex space available. So these are warehouses, manufacturing firms that will come in and create development. To give you an idea of where we currently stand, will be given in just a minute because I did build a slide for you to see that. They're also indicating a 79,000 to 97,000 square foot retail space requirement. Now I want to caveat these numbers. These numbers are specifically for the area around our new airport. So it has nothing to do with the rest of the county. This is just in the area of our new airport. So primarily around the Arthur K. Bolton Boulevard, Highway 16 corridor from the city of Griffin all the way out to 75. They're asking or recommending for an additional 180 bed hotel space over and above what is already designed and booked for the city of Griffin or other areas in the county. This again is just for AKB. And they're also making a recommendation for 1,796 housing units in support of this area. And I want to call your attention to that specifically because I will share with you another number in a minute that may actually shock you because it did me just a little. So to look back over the course of the history of Spalding County and the growth that we've seen for development in and around our community, here is an indication for where the businesses have grown over the decades. And I'll give you just a second to look through this material.
They recommend 1,700 new homes.
Just on AKB.
It's a good thing we just approved a little bit more than that, just north of that. So perfect.
Hold that thought.
Box checked.
Hold that thought for a minute because the AKB area is highlighted in blue on the map, and the homes that were approved are just outside of that area.
Box checked. Checked.
But I want to highlight one thing. If you notice where the majority of the commercial developments have occurred in and around the new airport have been sparse. So there are only about 5 or 6 of those dots, those green dots that show up in and around the new airport.
Mm-hmm.
So highlighting this a little bit farther, this is the amount of space that's currently been approved by our Board of Commissioners on or around the new airport area on AKB. So roughly 6 million square feet, 6.5 million square feet that's currently in plan. That does not include everything that is going in that has been approved on, since this document was presented. And this document was presented and finalized right around the 1st of November. So since then, we have actually added 6 more 1 million square foot facilities as number 3 indicates. So that takes us to almost 13 million square feet of approved space just along the AKB corridor in support of our community's growth. Oh, yeah. This also does not include the new airport. Here is a rendering using GIS for where those properties are currently being developed. So there's a lot going on in our community, and we're actually following what KB Advisory Group has indicated we needed to follow. Very proud to be a part of the Off-Airport Stakeholders Committee. I believe Ms. Gwen Flowers Taylor is the chair, and I would ask her to share some thoughts here in just a second, but I think we're headed exactly where the report indicates we need to go. So these are the two data centers that are have been approved. They are right at the new airport. And they do fall in line exactly with what your ordinance indicates. So they are on major transmission lines. They are set up exactly according to the development plans that you put into play. So the infrastructure in sight, one of the comments that was made inside of this document for our strategic plan was, without basic infrastructure in place, otherwise viable development opportunities may stall or bypass Spalding County altogether. That's not the case anymore. Thanks to our partners with the Spalding County Water and Sewerage Facilities Authority and their work to develop and implement sewer on the AKB corridor, we are seeing a significant amount of growth in accordance with that employment corridor, as we've discussed over the last few years. Some of the other things that I would highlight, the airport will and already has begun to bring attracting jobs generating for that particular area, and I think that there is a need for us, and our next steps are going to be to ensure that we are updating our overlay district for the new airport. So that's something that's on the next checkbox. The county must also stage and construct along the AKB corridor in a way that signals readiness. We are doing that with our partners at Spalding County Water Authority. We're also doing that with our partners at Georgia DOT. I think they've been a big part of what we've got going on. Doing it with our partners at Croy, and very much appreciate them to support us on this effort. We're also looking to accelerate the growth and become a part of that catalytic journey that I talked about earlier for this amazing opportunity. We will be one of the first airports built, or we will be one of the only airports built in what, 20 years? So close to 20 years. And that's a big deal for our state. And just to highlight that the governor, the lieutenant governor, and our local delegation provided us with funding to put this airport in play, and for that we are very thankful. Some of the other things that I would like to share with you, and just this is sort of a geek moment, so please forgive me. These are the numbers that KB Advisory Group provided. There are needs along the AKB corridor, specifically retail and eating establishments. That's a very big need. There's a need for hotel space along the corridor. I've had several conversations with some of our developers who are looking to add hotel space and eating restaurant space along the area of 75. The question now becomes which side of the border they're going to be on, whether or not they're going to be on the Butts County side or whether or not they're going to be on the Spalding side. So there's a lot of conversation that's going on there. And then the residential numbers that you see, as I indicated earlier, 1,796 along the area of AKB. One of the things that they did highlight, and I will stop the slideshow for just a second here and call your attention to the number of houses that are recommended between now and 2045 countywide. So this encompasses all of the homes that have been approved by the board countywide. They're calling for 11,973 new homes across the county. I think at last count we have right at 4,000 that have been approved, so there are about 8,000 more that need to be considered. But one of the things that I would call your, I'm sorry.
Hold on, just a second. So if the average house has 3 people in it, what they're calling for is increasing the total population of Spalding County by 50%.
We have 3,600, it would be 32 and a little over 32% increase.
Hold on, so there's 70,000 people. They're calling for 12,000 homes. If the average home has 3 people, that's 36,000. That's 50% of our total population currently. So they're asking for us to increase the total population of Spalding County by 50%.
To meet the needs that we have in the county, we are exporting right at 21,000 people every day for jobs and importing 17. And their recommendation is to bring all of those jobs where people actually live, work, play inside of our community.
So we know that for every dollar that we would receive in funding from property taxes from residential, we would have to pay out $1.16. So even if that, I mean, just doing the back of the napkin here, even if those 12,000 homes are only worth $100,000 each, that is 50% of our total budget that we would go into to subsidize these new houses.
Flip side of that same coin is 29 million square feet of industrial flex space, with 2 of those being data centers at $3 billion each, would far outpace the 12,000 new homes.
I can't wrap my head around why they would. I can't wrap my head around 12,000 new homes. I can't wrap my head around that. Help me wrap my head around that.
So the workforce that we have here is being imported, and the more
We're net exporters, though. You just went over as an
we are, and we're net exporters. That's
Right.
correct. So we send more people out than we bring in.
So we have more people leaving to work than we have.
Only about 3,000 people. That's correct.
That's a lot of people.
But with the 29 million square feet of flex space that's coming in and the number of employees that would be required, we would flip that inversely by at least 50%.
Wouldn't it be great if we could be net importers of workers? Wouldn't that be great?
I think it would be awesome, but I also think it would be great if we would actually keep our citizens here local, live, work, play, to reduce some of the traffic woes that we would incur with the number of facilities that we would bring in, and that we would also keep that money local, because those people would pay local option sales tax.
I'm not trying to give you a hard time.
No.
How would the traffic be less? It's the same number of workers. They're just coming from one direction than the other. The traffic's the same. What does that have to do with it? Like,
So
traffic
if
is
we
traffic.
provide-
We're talking
if
about
we
traffic in
provide-
Spalding County.
If we provide the number of employees that we have local to travel 8 miles instead of 30, we're actually giving those individuals a raise, because now they're not having to travel that far. But we're also providing them with good, high-paying jobs here locally that they wouldn't have to travel but 8-10 miles to go to work.
So by importing workers from Henry County to here, which we're subsidizing, the math says that we would subsidize that housing. We're giving them a raise by subsidizing their lower travel times.
Subsidizing how?
Because for every dollar they bring in by living here, it costs the county $1.16. So we're
Unless-
subsidizing them to live here so that we can give them a raise.
Unless you have that inverse for industrial, the flex use for all of the companies that work here, they're offsetting that number, because the amount of taxes that they pay are 30 cents on the dollar instead of the $1.16.
But by importing those workers instead of having them here, those factories and those warehouses are still paying their taxes. And thus we could, instead of subsidizing additional homes,
But
use
those-
that increase in taxes to lower the residential
Right, but
taxes
those
that we have
employees
here.
are taking the local option sales tax back across Henry County.
Oh, shucks.
I'd rather
And
them
we're not-
spend that local option sales tax here.
Then I think we should certainly provide more shopping opportunities for them while they're here.
I
Yep.
agree wholeheartedly.
But that has nothing to do with them living here. Nothing.
So if the whole, now help me understand, if the whole premise of our logo to live, work, and play in Spalding is to live here, work here, and play here, if we don't have how, if we create whatever 1,000,000,000 square feet of workspace, those individuals will still just drive in here from someplace else and go to work and go somewhere and buy housing. So I totally understand the concept. And if there were not housing here and I moved from someplace else to have a job at a data center, I'm not gonna live here because there's not appropriate housing. I'm gonna go to the next place. And so I get it. I understand what the study is saying is that the reason we don't have people that stay here, that actually work here, is because our housing sucks. So you can't have one with other. If industry comes, jobs will come.
Yes.
People will come here and go to work. What I would like to see happen is for them not to go somewhere else and live and pay property taxes there, or buy groceries there, or buy a car. Because if they live here, they will do all of that here locally. Commercial will take a big chunk out of that already before new housing is here. But nobody is going to move here if there's not appropriate housing for, people who can afford, who have a $50,000 to $100,000 salary a year or more. That's just non-existent, so.
And honestly, that's one of the things that I saw when I had the tour of Loudon, Virginia for the data centers, was that people wanted to live very, very close to where they work because they enjoyed the opportunity to walk back and forth to work or to take the golf cart. It was a livable community because people live, work, and play right there at that facility. And I think that's what the consultant was indicating here.
When Caterpillar opened, they were bringing $100,000 or more a year jobs. Exactly 0 of those families came to Spalding County and put their kids in the Spalding County schools. 0. Only 9 of those families actually live in Spalding County. 8 of them put their kids in private schools, and the other one homeschools. The issue wasn't that there weren't enough houses. That wasn't the issue. P.S. Drive around any neighborhood in Spalding County. You're going to see for sale signs everywhere. P.S. We've got huge swaths of north and northeast Spalding County and western Spalding County that are set up, zoned, and ready to put in hundreds and thousands of new homes. And they're not being built. Why aren't they being built? Because the demand to live in those houses isn't there. And it's not because the housing availability isn't there. It's not because the water isn't there. It's not because Sheriff Dix isn't doing an awesome job in crime prevention. It's not because our taxes are too high.
Oh, it's probably because our taxes.
That's what they say. Okay, all right, let's go on, please.
So, focus on the housing. Here is the split between what the affordability is for housing. One of the comments that was made by the consultant as we were walking through the document was, how do we as a county afford entry-level homeowners to purchase a home? And if you want people to come into your community, make a home affordable, and then give them a chance to move up in that home as they have availability, so that you have that rolling stock of inventory for houses. And as you can see, it's the less than $50,000 a year salary is our largest component that we need to address, or should be considered for addressing, as the indication from the consultant. We're struggling in that.
Now, this math is based on home owners.
Correct.
What's the percentage of Spalding County that are renters?
For the city, it's 70-30, and it's 68-32, and for the county, it's inverse.
Okay, so on top of this, 30% of all the residential availability is, so in addition to this, there's another 32%, another 1/3 that is rental availability.
Not rental availability, rental affordability. Okay. So, yep. So if someone who is coming into the new market as a young person or heck, even an older person, and their salary is between 50 and 100,000, and currently putting down 20% of the cost for the home is unaffordable, then we push them into a rental position. If you set it up so that there is affordability, a housing stock available for affordability, so that someone can get in and purchase a home and build equity so that 3, 5, 10 years from now they can move up in a home, then you build good home ownership within your community. And it's a struggle right now. It's an absolute struggle.
So I'm reading this pie chart. It looks like 70% of our housing right now is for people making less than $100,000 a year.
Demand.
The demand.
Yep. Not how much it is, but what the demand is.
And then, but that doesn't include the 1/3 of all our residentials that are renter.
Correct.
Okay. I mean, it seems like we've got it stair-stepped pretty well.
No, this is demand, not actual availability.
Oh, okay. All right.
So,
Do we have the availability numbers? Is that a thing that
That's
is
what I'm working
generatable?
on right now.
Okay.
That will be my next capstone.
Just collecting masters? That's
Quinn, did you have a question?
no.
Okay, okay, keep going, Steve.
Okay,
Please.
so next
Steve,
steps.
that makes a lot more sense. I'm sorry. I was looking at that going, that seems like a very desirable sort of stair step.
That would
I
be-
thought this was the supply. I was like, it seems like we're really nailing it. I don't, yeah, okay,
No.
okay.
No,
All right.
that is the demand. If supply was meeting demand, then we would be
No,
the ideal community.
I'm with you. I'm with you now. Okay.
So next steps, one of the things that we are doing in the background, we are building out an inventory of properties along the AKB. Sewer facility will be complete by 2026. Updating our AKB district overlay, that's the next piece for the stakeholders. And then working with GDOT to align roads, and then building out a partnership with Industrial Development Authority to make sure that we're headed in the right direction.
Sewer facility is going to be completed in 26. Did we do a groundbreaking and stuff? Did we do pictures with goofy looking shovels and helmets on? And
I'm being told no.
the Griffin Daily News, I think, would like that photo.
I will work with our general manager of the Spalding County Water and Sewerage Facilities Authority to work that into the plan.
Okay.
Maybe a groundbreaking for that authority.
Right.
Yeah, yep.
Whatever it is,
Somewhere,
I don't care.
somewhere. Yep, yep, okay.
People
All right.
need to know that we're going in the right direction.
I was actually pleased with the report. I think we're headed in the right direction. And Commissioner Flowers Taylor, since you chaired, would you mind terribly sharing some of your thoughts?
No, I don't mind. One of the things that I can say about this, I had some questions about this report because I initially thought it was basing it on Spalding County in general. And a lot of this information is just simply based on the areas that are projected to be most affected by the airport being developed. You know, we have a lot of worries on the board, myself included, about what will happen in the city of Griffin, because that was talked about, but there's literally not much development. There's no place for development. So everything that will happen either northeast or probably southeast, just because it's a less populated area, and most of the development puts that in the AKB corridor. But the thing that I found very unique is that the issue with housing and workforce housing was the same in our comp plan. It was the same in this airport, outside airport advisory plan, and was the same in the leisure services report. We just need to do better. We need to make sure that fireman, that policeman, that nurse that just got out of college that's only making $65,000 a year doesn't have to become a renter. There's just not housing for that. And so I think that this report gives us a roadmap. There's a couple of things that it says in terms of the direction that we're gonna look at. We're not really involved in sewer. I mean, Clay and I do sit on the Water Authority and the Sewer Authority Board, but a lot of this development that is coming in will demand that sewer be available. And so, you know, we either do something about it or we just wish and wait. And so, the airport is not gonna wait. It's gonna be built. So, I think it would be wonderful if in that case, some of these industries that are gonna be associated with the airport would come earlier. But we still have to get the game plan for where that's gonna go. But I think that this is a very good report, and it tells us, what we need to do to be ready.
I think the key with me is what you said. It sinks in with what we are all trying to do. Comp plan, the leisure services, this plan all says basically the same thing. Gives us a huge roadmap that we now know, not just one place, multiple places say the same thing to us.
Yeah, I'm proud to be a part of this process, and I'm very thankful to this board because you are looking at it from a holistic approach. Back to Commissioner Dutton's comment, we are considering, and this board really focuses the staff's attention on making sure that we look at all three of the bubbles of the bin chart, whether it's industrial or commercial, whether it's manufacturing or whether it's residential, and putting all three of those puzzle pieces together in a very comprehensive way makes a big difference for how we manage our community. So thank you for the opportunity to share.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Any other comments or questions? All right. Item number 5, discussion to the Board of Commission to accept the donation of High Falls 16 LLC for the design and installation of a traffic signal approved by GDOT at the intersection of Highway 16, AKB, and the future industrial roadway located east of High Falls Road. Director Imberger, welcome, TJ.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Yes, this is a item to consider the donation of a new traffic signal. Essentially, we would enter into an MOU. As a note, the MOU you have was a sample, and I know the county attorney will draw up the appropriate MOU after you approve the concept. The cost of the installation, the design and installation would be High Falls 16 LLC. And then after that, Spalding County would bear the cost of the annual service and the maintenance of the traffic signal. We are also, would need to be the applicant to GDOT, as Spalding County would have to be the one to apply. Here is the location of the new signal. This is Highway 16. You'll see that the development that's to the north of Highway 16 is the commercial garages development that you approved a few months ago. And then the purple area below Highway 16 on the south side is the new High Falls development that also runs into the Barnesville Road intersection. Next slide. This is the estimated yearly utility and maintenance cost. I based this on existing signals that we are currently responsible for. You'll see a breakdown here. That would be approximately $6,100 a year would be my initial estimate. Next slide.
Who pays for the maintenance and upkeep of the other red lights on 16?
So we pay for the agreement we currently have with GDOT. We pay for the utilities, but we don't pay for the actual maintenance. The only example there, exception, is the roundabout on 16. We are solely responsible for lighting and maintaining that roundabout.
Why is this one different?
These are new policies from GDOT. What you'll see is that GDOT is now, as they move forward to any traffic signal, any major traffic intersection, they are bearing the responsibility on the local governments.
So the state's giving us, once again, an unfunded mandate.
Yes, sir.
That's correct.
That
If you
would be-
want it, you
that'd
gotta
be
pay
correct.
for the maintenance and everything.
What if we don't want it? Say if they wanted to make a roundabout on a 4-lane highway, is there a way that we could just say, oh, no, thank you? Because I bet there is. I bet there is a way that we could just say, oh, no, thank you.
We would encourage our board to reach out to the GDOT commissioners and have that discussion. Yes, please.
let's not.
We gotta-
May I ask
gotta
a
get a-
question?
Yeah,
Runway
let's not
first,
get
and
too
then we'll-
sidetracked. Okay, go ahead.
TJ, on the, where the request for this, traffic light and intersection, where that is, I know that that road on the south is supposed to come all the way out, back out to Barnesville Road. Will there be an intersecting side on the opposite side? You said that is supposed to be some other development, but will there be a through road through there? that'll come
I
out
believe
from
when you
Thomas
approved
City?
that, you did not approve the through. That will be a dead end.
Not on the top side.
Okay,
this time.
but the intersection would be a four-way intersection, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then that last slide was this will be our largest traffic signal that we have in the county that would be responsible. Just to give you some examples, now we'll do a note here that typically if there was one of these major incidences, we would have insurance to file against whoever caused the major incident. But just to give you some examples of what it does cost to get into the traffic light business, this gives you some examples there. But 99% of the time, we would be filing against somebody else's insurance.
Well, they're usually as well, if somebody takes one of those poles out, they're gonna get cited. And it's much easier to get it back in restitution than in, filing a civil claim and suing somebody. Because, I know that man right there, I'm gonna let him out, unless they're paying for a stop line. If they, somebody gets drunk, takes out a stop sign, they're gonna pay for it, so.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. So if we can go, hey, this guy wrecked and took out this barrier and it cost X, Y, Z, the taxpayer shouldn't be paying for that. The guy who wrecked and did it, and that man right there will make sure that they're paying. So,
Right.
well, that's what that guy's got insurance for. And then he goes, hey, I've got to pay this, and instead of us having to sue him and paying all that stuff,
I'd be happy to answer any questions.
just saying. I actually
Now,
have
we
one.
don't have to, LLC is gonna pay for the, stoplight itself and all the stuff that
Yeah.
has to go along with it.
Correct.
Correct.
All we're
Insurance
gonna
section.
do is if something happens to it and the maintenance and, electricity and stuff like that for it.
That is
Yes.
correct.
Okay.
And
Short of a
they're ready
tornado,
to
it
move
should be-
forward today.
And we're talking $6,000 a year,
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
order of magnitude?
On the south side, on the
Now, you see that as this is the old want and need issue again. Let's just make sure as we talk
This-
through things, I just wanna make sure. Do we need a stop sign there, stoplight there? My answer is yes, but
I
I wanna
think
make
so.
sure these are the kinds of questions we have to ask and say, hey,
Well,
yes.
well, do we? I mean, does GDOT think we need one there?
They do, yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so let them pay for it.
Well, the developer is actually paying for the light and all of the equipment that goes with it.
I understand that, but Clay is talking about the maintenance piece.
Yeah, their new
So-
policy is
Gotta
that
change their
they
policy.
give
Isn't that vanilla
all
though?
of the maintenance to the local government.
So, and I don't have a problem with that. I'm talking about do we want to be responsible for this $6,000 worth of intersection maintenance? And that doesn't include anything breaking or falling or lights not working or whatever.
Forever.
Yeah, I mean, does these people who paying for this on the front side wanna be responsible for that?
LLC.
No.
See, that's-
The
that's
roundabout
not
make
a-
more sense, don't it?
Hey, it's a state highway, we're not the boss of them.
how much do we pay for that roundabout with the lights and the,
So we pay we are responsible for all the maintenance and the lighting. So all of the light poles,
what?
if it
What do you
helps, we
estimate
are,
that roundabout cost us a year?
12 million. Isn't that-
actually,
Not a year.
it's
No.
probably 15,000 or less. We just
But
did a
more
major
than this.
rebulb.
It
And
is,
then,
it's more.
Because we got to cut all the grass and
Because we've got to
shenanigans.
cut the grass and take
Yeah.
care of the ditches.
So, my reason for bringing it up is just to make sure, we keep adding the stuff on.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is it, as far as I'm concerned, it's not a need. Because if it's were a need that we had, that's one thing. This is a need for a developer, or want for a developer. And so if it's a want for a developer, then they should be able to handle the $6,000 a year maintenance.
I don't think there's a mechanism for them.
I don't care. This is not really the mechanism for them to ask us to be the face for them to get their GDOT right away, because they can't do it, so they need us to do it. Am I correct? Okay, I'm just saying.
Just- so
We
everybody's
fine
gotta
about the
think through
senior
that.
Citizen
No, I don't-
Center having to pay a few dollars, but we wanna go ahead and let a developer who everybody thinks has all the money be able to stick a $6,000 at least debt on us annually, perpetually, cause they wanna have an intersection.
I think it's very, that's math we could do. We could turn that down and say, no, we're not gonna do that. And then they could close up shop and not pay the millions that they're gonna pay in property taxes. I think we could do that math. I think that'd be pretty silly math to do, but we could certainly do it that way.
Oh, well,
I just want everybody to think through what we're
Just my opinion, I think it is a need, cause I do a lot of stuff over around Pine Ridge. You got, Bailey Jester. You start pulling in big trucks and out, it's gonna save lives, it's gonna save citizens' lives through there, cause citizens use 16. It's a need, it's definitely a need.
but there should only be big trucks on the roads that are going to wherever. This is not like a cut through for them to get to Barnesville, right?
Well, they
Right,
gotta
they
pull out
can't.
16, I mean, that's where the traffic light's going on 16, I mean, that's.
No, but I'm saying if there were no traffic light, they would not need a road there. You understand what I'm saying? They're creating another access on 16 that DOT did not plan. Because I challenged somebody to show me in the DOT plan, strategic plan, where that place was scheduled to have an intersection. And if you can show it to me, then I'll just be quiet about it. So
Can-
it's not something that
Can
we
you bring
planned.
that map back up?
And also, I mean, I know this is kinda off subject, but 155 and the new development on the
Maybe
north
we can
side,
zoom in.
you know, we need red lights and stop lights there.
Yep.
And the DOT's not wanting to do it.
Yep.
They was gonna give us one, I think we need an extra one up on that one turnout. I mean, is this something we're gonna start, we're setting a precedence here?
It's
Exactly.
it's
And- which
GDOT
I'm not
saying.
against, I mean, this is
our
one,
new
this is a
policy
need,
is-
this will save lives, but.
If you look right there at the dot where that intersection is going to be on both sides, there are access roads that GDOT created on both sides of the road. If you look there, there's.
I can't see that. Where's the access road?
You mind pulling that up on a map? You can just go to Google Maps and pull that up. Google Maps doesn't have where the trees have been taken out, as that map did. It still has all the trees. But right,
DJ, you're on the transportation committee, aren't you? On the Griffin Spalding.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen that in the transportation plan?
There's 2 existing access points at that intersection.
Right, but there's not the GDOT plans that we have does not have an intersection coming there.
I have not seen
there
those plans.
there's a currently
Or
existing
what they're
intersection.
referring to, I'm sorry.
In case you can't hear her typing,
And-
she's typing
and
pretty
it's-
quickly.
Just going
It's
for it,
not
just
a
going for it.
matter of it not being safe. It is a matter, as Ryan says, of whether or not, because in reality, when I think about even if the people from Heron Bay, or not Heron Bay, or over at Minerva, up where they purchased the Wilson property and want to do a traffic light there, we're still gonna be
Take it. No,
responsible for
that's not
that
the
as well,
intersection.
are we not?
My belief is the same
Go north of that.
will apply there too.
It's on
No,
16.
north. We're going to 16 North Erica.
So, yeah, that is, I don't like the fact that we're, I mean, it's one thing if we buy E91, take SPOS money and get a new 911 center, and then we have to take care of it. But helping somebody get an intersection and then we got to pay for it after that, no. I mean, and when I look back at it, if that's what we did on 155, we should have been saying, you can put the intersection in and be responsible for maintenance, or you give us a bond for the next 10 years.
So
And do we still have to have like DOT's approval to put it there, so we just can't just go start throwing up lights anywhere we need them? We
No.
think we need them.
DOT has already approved this.
All right, so you see the XL, decel lanes in the center, the cut through median, and then the 2 access roads on both sides.
Yeah.
That's an intersection. We're now going to put a red light at that intersection.
So what about the 2 access roads?
The one on the south side, you see that little barn that's down there? That road now is a full on road.
So
I see what you're talking about.
Full on and then that's going to connect down to Barnesville
Barnesville,
Road.
yeah.
And then the other side is going to be the entrance to that little
Industrial
industrial
park.
Yep. And so because this intersection is becoming what we always hoped it would be and what it was envisioned from the 70s to be. They are requiring us to put a red light on it. Their new, very magnanimous policy change was that we now have to pay for it. That's not the company that's doing that. That's GDOT.
No,
All the other
GDOT
ones.
has not required us to put a traffic light there.
Okay.
Where did you get that?
Is GDOT requiring us to put a traffic light there?
I believe the traffic study will require that, yes.
Okay.
No, the question was, has GDOT required us to put
I know
a
that
traffic
initial
light?
conversations with GDOT is that they are recommending this action.
Has
Not
GDOT
directly, but they have.
required us to put a traffic light at that intersection? Because see, you're putting the cart before the horse in that you're asking us, and I'm not saying you, I mean you euphemistically. You're asking us
Royal you.
to be the front face for a developer who wants to get a traffic light there. So if the developer didn't want to put a traffic light there, would we be putting one there?
I think
Well,
GDOT should be putting the one there.
Well, we-
GDOT's putting it back on us to
So
pay
that's
for it.
what I'm saying.
And that's
This is an extra.
GDOT's issue. Yep. But that's not an issue with the developer. That's an issue with GDOT.
The question
And
is
I think
whether
it's
or not
unfair
we
for
wanna
GDOT to
keep
do that
paying-
to us.
Paying the maintenance is the question.
No, I totally agree. I think it's ludicrous that GDOT would make us pay for the maintenance on their highway when we don't have any kind of say-so, control at all over it. In fact, just the opposite. They can come in and dump on it anytime they want to. So their policy is, we're going to come and, dump whatever we want on your roads and you're going to pay for it. And I think that's a crap policy. And I think we should definitely let our legislative group know, both the House and the Senate, that this is bullcrap that GDOT's doing.
Let me ask you something about the development on 155. If now Minerva said that they would do the traffic light. I don't know that we had to have that in writing or whatever,
It's part of the conditions, yeah.
but we didn't talk about the maintenance.
Because
So
it
do
wasn't
we have
GDOT's.
a contract with them about that? Because see, I'm not good with the fact that, yes, this is a great safety thing, but it is not our job to do that.
I agree.
And it's certainly not our job to do that on a state road.
I agree.
At an intersection.
Look.
So we need to know if we're
High Falls
going to
Road,
be
that's
re-
one thing. If it's a state road, the state should be paying for it. I
If we're
totally
going
agree.
to be responsible for also maintaining maybe one or two traffic lights up on 155, we need to know how much it costs, because we might have bit off more than we can afford to pay perpetually.
When did we learn that GDOT has changed their policy so magnanimously?
It's
to
been
allow us to
several
pay for it?
years.
When we took
Don't-
over, sorry, TJ, when we took over Highway 16 roundabout at Huckabee, we do the maintenance.
We were reminded that we did that. I don't know if this helps or not. So we currently pay the electric for the following intersections on Highway 16. Vaughn, Wilson, High Falls, Green Valley, McDonough, the roundabout, and then we had to take over complete maintenance for both of the school zones on 155 and on Highway 16.
And we also pay half of the cost for the overhead lights at the intersection of Highway 75 and 16, which is inside of Butts County.
And then we also pay for
Why?
electricity
We've
on,
done that for decades.
right, that's the only way you
Okay,
can
stand
get those
why?
lights.
Because that
Was
don't
that
make
part of the
sense.
joint
We don't
Everyone
even
does
live
that.
there.
It is.
All local agencies pay for those electric lights on the interstate systems.
Didn't the state have wasn't it a 16 or was it a $19 billion surplus in their budget this year? What was there?
They've gone up, it's about $18 billion.
18 billion in a surplus? They want us locals to pay for
That's how they got
their
there.
power?
So,
Yep.
so
Yeah.
I'm
That
not
seems-
trying
that seems
to hurt
fair.
the
That seems
developer,
fair.
but we need to know better. This is not something, because if we did it once with Minerva, even though we haven't moved forward with it, and we do it again, we set ourselves up for having clearly set a precedent for anybody coming in and wanting to have an intersection put in on a state road, and we end up being stuck with the maintenance.
Even if GDOT comes in and they make the determination that they are going to add an intersection, then we are responsible for maintenance into perpetuity after they do the update. That is their new policy.
Just so that I'm aware of sort of the logistics of that, what happens if we say no thank you? What happens if we say we're not going to pay that? I mean, what's the mechanic? I mean, like legally, do they wag their finger at us, or do they shut the road down? I mean, what? I mean,
This won't give you any money.
It's not the money piece. They would actually impact the development that is coming in because the traffic study indicates that there is a need for the traffic control device. So to limit their liability on their state highway, they would just close down the road for the development that would have access to the state highway.
so they would send their troops down to close the road.
Well, they would just put the barriers up so that you couldn't get out.
I'm not told that.
All right.
I would love
We're
that
gonna,
option.
we're gonna vote,
I'd love the GDOT to
we're
come
voting
down.
on this.
This MOU
Great.
is not ready for you to approve.
Yeah, excuse me, I
picture
wanna
of
make sure.
them shutting down
We
the
were
road.
supposed to vote on this,
Yeah,
this
need
evening.
More information.
This looks like a table issue to me. I wanna make sure all of us,
Well, if it's not ready, I don't know if it was
So,
a
so
table.
this
it's
is a
just not
very
we
large
just don't do anything.
developer. They're working, and I'm very appreciative, you know, that they're coming here and they're gonna bring jobs here. But I think the bigger picture for us is that we need to know so that we can know how to move forward.
Sure.
And have a better game plan and understanding, because,
What GDOT's unfunded mandates for us are going to be. Yeah.
and I mean, I don't know, table, well, if we have it, can we table it?
Well, if
I
it's
don't
not ready,
know.
we just
Yeah,
don't do
we-
anything.
not-
there's just no action.
The item on the agenda is to approve the MOU, and the MOU is not ready for your approval,
Okay.
so you would need to table it
Okay.
this
Oh, it's-
evening.
All right, those are the questions that I have, because we could end up with, maintenance costs all over the place.
and let's make sure we understand. We've been doing this for a while. This is something, not something new.
It is not
With the-
anything new.
Right, paid
We
for
have-
several intersections on 1941 as well.
Well, yeah, you're paying electricity, so yeah, and I get it. You're using electricity, maybe you should pay that, but the
Well,
maintenance,
just-
that can turn into a lot.
All right. We're all square with that?
Well,
what we're
I've
doing?
actually got one little bit on that.
Okay.
On the High Falls side, where that intersection is going to be, is that going to end up being a four-way stop or
Yes.
on the
Yes.
that is going to be a four-way stop? And this might be a better question for David, but I'm getting a lot of calls. They bulldozed all the trees that were blocking the sight line right there, like in anticipation of the turning lane, like the decel lane and the. What's the timeline on them replanting the required barrier to block the sight lines? I'm just getting a lot of calls on it.
Yeah, that's something that we are working through right this minute with the developer to have him go ahead. The challenge with that is we're in the middle of the winter, so it's really hard to
Sure.
replant the trees, so it will most likely be spring before they're able to put trees in.
As long as they're conscious of it, and we're
They
going, that developer has really been great to bend over backwards to everything we've said. Hey, we'd really like you to do this, and can you put this cherry on top and whatever? And they've done a great job so far. So I just wanted to make sure that those conversations are being had and that we're
Yes.
moving forward in that direction.
All right, thank you. Item number 6, discussion of an MOU between Leisure Services and the Juvenile Court for Transportation Services. Larry, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Davis, Commissioners, Dr. Ledbetter. I'm here today to request approval of an MOU between the Juvenile Court and Leisure Services for transportation as part of the Juvenile Justice Incentive Grant Program. As you all may recall, we were awarded $130,000 back in the summer to implement Thinking for a Change for medium to high-risk youth in the community. We actually launched the program in October and are running twice weekly sessions, Monday and Wednesday, from 6 to 8 p.m. with currently 7 youth participating in the program. And so this is to make sure that those youth have the ability to get to the program and back home on those evenings that we are running the program. As we have experienced and also as we have heard from the state, transportation is always a barrier. And with them needing to complete this program, we're trying to remove a barrier to them participating. And so the solution that we proposed is partnering with Leisure Services, schedule pickup and drop off for all those who need the service. 2 round trips a week, Monday and Wednesday, with a pickup window between 5:30 and 6 p.m. and a drop off window between 8 p.m. and 8:30, back and forth to Fairmont Park from the approval of the MOU through the end of the fiscal year, June 30th. Currently, the program is following the calendar of the school system, and so this is actually the last week until we come back in January. The grant will cover the costs to Leisure Services at $16.50 per hour for the driver and one person riding with them, as well as an additional mileage cost. Those are calculated from the time they leave Fairmont Park until the time they return, and then we will pay them through the grant and be reimbursed from the state. So I will take any questions that you have at this
The
time.
grant is 106,000, you said?
130.
130,000, and they're doing 8 trips a week.
4.
Well, it's
2 on Monday, 2 on Wednesday.
okay. So 104 trips a year.
Probably more than that. Right now, we're budgeting for 66 days of service through the end of the year. So
And
66
each of those
times
days are
4.
2 trips.
Yes.
Okay, so 66 days. So 132 trips.
Essentially, yes.
All right, so I take 130,000 and I divide it by 132. So we're paying $984 per trip.
No.
No.
All right, help me with the math then.
So the $16.50 an hour. And so essentially they will leave at 5:30. They will be back at 6 o'clock. So we're paying for a half hour for the first leg of the trip, then another half hour for the second leg of the trip, plus mileage. So
Okay.
essentially we're paying probably less than $30 a trip.
So how many trips total are we doing in a year? 66 days times 2 trips a day, right?
Right.
All right, that's 132 trips
Yes.
for the year.
Yes.
And in that year, we're paying 130,000
No.
to cover the cost of those trips.
No, the
The
130,000.
130,000 is the total amount of the grant. That pays for everything that's in the grant. Services by the facilitators, snacks, it pays for
Okay.
our program coordinator. This MOU is just for the transportation.
You
piece
guys
with
see how I
leisure
was-
services.
Yep.
Like, what are we doing? Because that's a crazy
Thank
number.
you.
Okay,
Yes,
all right. So that's the total cost of the entire
program.
program.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
The budgeted amount for transportation with leisure services is less than $5,000.
Okay.
Yep.
Everybody seeing what I was? Okay. I'm just
Thank
make
you.
sure I wasn't having a stroke here. Okay. Okay.
When we're talking $6,000 versus what you were talking about. All right.
You were going through transportation
business.
Yeah. Right. Like I'm in the wrong job. Okay. Okay.
All right.
That checks out.
Questions about this?
This is all external grant. This isn't. There's not even a match. for
Right.
this.
This is
all
through
external funded.
CJCC, no match.
That's state, right?
State, that's correct.
So we've been up here talking about it. Everybody gotta pay for whatever they use, if they use the bus, if they, use whatever. So I realize these are partners of ours. And it's really hard for me to imagine that the actual cost of using, I'm assuming the van that they're using is actually being covered. If it's less than what the actual cost to cover it is, I'm fine with that just because this is through Judge Ott's court and they're our partner. But, yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about, and I'm pretty sure Kelly probably went through that whole thing, but it's a different amount when you're talking about Big Blue and you're talking about
Sure.
a van.
That's
So-
correct. And the numbers that we have came directly from Kelly. And so
Okay.
we're
That's-
paying what they told us they would charge us.
Gwen, that's a good point that we need to, because if they're using
Big
a
Blue
county van, then we need to put the maintenance and upkeep and replacement, the sinking fund essentially of that van into that program too.
Okay.
They're
Not
a
that-
partner.
Yeah.
They got,
They
they're
got a budget.
actually doing something extra, cause everybody else is a partner, don't pay.
Right.
I'm fine with it.
All
But
right.
we should look at all those partnerships and go, hey, wait a minute. Are these real partnerships or are you guys actually using our stuff that our taxpayers are funding? No, that's not you, that's just.
All right, everybody done?
I'm good.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
thank you, Larry. Item number 7, presentation by Public Works for 40-year road replacement plan. I recognize TJ coming back up again to talk about this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I would like to emphasize this is part 1. No decisions needed this evening, but however, in the next month or two, we will need to come upon a decision for future road maintenance plan. Next slide. So as you remember, we've been working for over a year, with the roadway assistance services, developing our PCI scores for our pavement, doing all of the scans on the roadways, and then in the result, we have the road condition of every segment of road inside the county. The segment is from the intersection to intersection. We own about 2,100 of those. We are currently at a crossroads, literally. So as you can see here, we go two different directions. Currently, we take a right on this crossroad, and when we look at our road maintenance plan, we do one thing. We resurface the road and or FDR at the point of failure of the road. We don't do any preventive maintenance or have any type of plan. This particular plan here this evening would be a 40-year plan, and it would then concentrate on individual road segments. So instead of looking at the road as a whole, you look at the pieces of the road, because each of those pieces is actually used differently than the entire road, so you could treat those pieces differently. Next slide. So what we're doing here is that we're taking Predictor, which is the software from Brightly Software. And what's interesting about this is that any public works department, essentially in the world, that is using the same software, all of their information is being loaded into the software as well. So AI is using that to assist us with the 40-year plan. We take all this other information here, the 40-year plan, multiple funding scenarios that you all designate, the PCI scores that came in, the pavement preservation steps. These are steps that we would follow that are determined by GDOT and FHWA. Available budgets, those go into the Predictor software, and then they come out as dynamic solutions.
PJ, what's PCI?
PCI is Pavement Condition Index. So that is a national score. So every road in the country is determined and graded on that particular index. So it's an overall. Next slide. So we look at what is best practices that's being done throughout the nation, and it's also being recommended from GDOT and FHWA. That is essentially this 40-year maintenance schedule. There's three parts to this schedule. There's crack sealing. You have an example there that is in that blue box. It's the first box to the left. You'll see this on all of the state roadways, the interstates, and when you go into neighboring communities, you will see that they're essentially sealing the cracks. What that does is eliminates that water penetration into the roadway. Then there's mill and overlay. So this is somewhat of what we do now, but a mill and overlay would just be to mill 1 to 2 inches of the existing pavement and then relay that pavement back down. And then in FDR is what you all saw at Jackson Road. This is the recommended 40-year cycle. We would do first a crack seal, then a second crack seal, then a third crack seal, do your mill and overlay, then a crack seal, and a full depth reclamation. These would all be triggered by your PCI scores. We currently have an updated PCI score on every segment in the county, and that would be your starting point as you reevaluate the roads every 5 years. Of course, when you do a particular piece of this, you do get a credit. You don't get credit for crack scores, but crack sealing, but you will get credit for the mill and overlay, and of course the FDRs, which then resets your time clock. And then if you follow this 40-year maintenance schedule, it's approximately $519,000 for the 40 years per mile of road. That is a today price, and that does not include inflation. So to implement this, if you just had the funding, we'd be at $5.2 million annually for 40 years or forever. We'd be able to follow this 40-year maintenance schedule. Okay, next slide. So what does that look like? What does the data look like? So we've done all the PCI scores. It's all been loaded up. You're going to see here that the first box to your left is the current health of our system. So if you take the very first line all the way to the left, you'll see that based on PCI scores from 0 to 100, that a majority of the system as it sits today is one of those three greens of shade. Then the yellow is would be the mill and overlay, and then red is roads that are at a complete failure at this time. If you look at our PCI scores, I think there's less than 24 segments in the whole county that are actually a complete failure. If you were to, that's existing. If you were then to do no funding, nothing else at this point, you look at to the right there, and this is how, based on today's PCI scores, this is how your road system would actually function. As you can see, as you move towards the years, which there's 40 columns there, you'll have less that is good road, and then you're going to have more roads that are failing, and then it gets overtaken by the red. That's with existing scores.
So
Now,
the current
5-year
health, the
point.
one on the left there, is with us following the plan.
Excuse me?
The current health one there on the left is
No,
with
these
us
are no
following.
plans at all. This just shows you where we're at,
We are today.
and it shows you if we did
Baseline.
nothing. Just kind of a good baseline. Next slide. So, what's really interesting and great about having actual data and having it on your segments is now we can drill down to any segment of road anywhere in the county. So this is a single road. This is a road that we picked, which is Carver Road. Each one of the horizontal lines is a segment, so it's an intersection to an intersection. The very first column to your left is the current condition of that particular segment. You can see that Carver Road, generally speaking, is in the green, and we have just 4 segments that are in the yellow. If we weren't to do anything, this is going to be your healthier road. So you take that big map you just saw, and this breaks it down to individual segments. The other thing that's important about this is that when you look how we're currently maintaining a road, we resurface the entire length of the road. We can see in this particular situation that for the next few years, all that we really need to concentrate on is 4 segments of the road. And that would take immediate attention, and then you start rolling your 40-year plan if you were looking at segments, and that's what this report does. Next. Now, what we did too is you've already seen the PCI scores. So all I wanted to do show here is an example that the PCI scores, they carry over side by side to the heat map, which is the colors. And then what we did is we went through multiple roads just to verify that everything was lining up, not only on paper, but also in the roadway. So if you can see here, these are the failure areas on Carver Road. There's some pictures there, and they do match up with the yellow, the orange, and the red, and then your lower PCI scores. Okay, next. So this is essentially what having a road maintenance plan is. You've committed for the last couple of years of data-driven decisions. We've committed into the software and everything that takes, which is essentially looking at your road scores every 5 years. We do that with a third-party data collection. So it's not locally done, it's not done by staff, and it's not done by the board. You've all established the goals of the county, reference to road maintenance. Then we utilize all of the tools that we have, which is the data, the software, the AI. And then we provide that factual information to the board and to the public. And that's where we can design an impartial planning for the infrastructure. Next slide. So we've ran 2 scenarios. Now we can run, as we move through the next couple of months and we look at any type of funding, we can run any type of scenario that we want to. What we're going to be doing is, this is segment by segment. We are now currently in the next, either at the next workshop or the workshop after that, we're going to run some scenarios that are based on super segments, which is the entire road instead of individual segments. So these are individual segments. This is what your 40-year maintenance plan would actually look like. If we looked at the optimum funding at $5.2 million per year, you get the box that's on the left. As you can see, so just to show you what the colors are, orange, black, green, and blue, those are crack sealing. Yellow is the mill and overlay, and then the purple is essentially your failure and your FDR. If we were to start at 5.2 million, this is what the plan would look like. So you're going to see that you really don't get into a lot of failure until 15 or 20 years down the road, but we're maintaining the rest of the system. And you can see that even in this 5.2 million plan, it doesn't even begin with the 5.2 million, because you begin with a lot of crack sealing and you begin with a fair amount of mill and overlay, which is a less expensive maintenance procedure. The key is that we're just addressing the segments of roadway that the data indicates that we need to address. This is a 40-year plan here, so what happens as well is every 5 years we'll get new PCI numbers. So of course at the end of these charts you'll start seeing green again. So the purple will start moving out, the green will start coming behind it. If we were to do 1.2 million annual funding, you'll see that there is a lot of crack sealing and a lot of the smaller maintenance, but you can see we immediately start out where we're going to need to start looking at FDR and addressing some failure right away. And then when we get into about our 10th year, there's no more preventive maintenance. We're just addressing failures based on the usage of the roads. Next slide. So this shows it. I broke it down, that big chart, I broke it down to a single road. So this is the same road, Carver Road. You can see that the first year there's a majority of crack sealing, but there is some mill and overlay because we do have some problems on Carver Road, but it's not the entire road. This will give you your 40-year program. What you don't have here, an example of, is that I could also call up just this particular road. It'll tell me exactly when to do what segment, how much it'll cost, and then it'll give us that same spreadsheet for the entire county. So I could have a year-by-year playbook for every 5-year period. You could also make some adjustments if you wanted to, and then adjust the PCI scores based in a couple months as we go to part 2 of this. Next slide. So I'll be glad to entertain any questions.
Well, can we go back to the last slide?
Sure.
So crack and seal is done before replacement.
Correct. So remember now, we're starting with current PCI scores. So not everything is 100 right now. We got a range of PCI scores per segment.
So let's just look at this. I'm trying to make sure that I'm reading this graph right. Year 25, we get that big. There's sort of 23 and 24. There's nothing going on.
Right.
And then 25, we have a big FDR replacement, and then a little bit of crack and seal post mill, and then nothing for 5 years, and then a little tiny bit of FDR. Let's take year 32 for example. How do we say that that's how much we're going to have 32 years from now in FDR replacement? Like, help me.
So this would be odd to say, but we won't. So this is a static based on the current PCI scores. So what this does is this is saying that if we don't do anything, this is what it looks like in today's condition. We know that we're going to follow some type of plan between now and the next time we get scores. So when 5 years from now we do a new PCI study, then all of the math and the data changes. So that'll look differently. Now here's what's really important about it. If we take Carver Road as a great example, what we will find is we could use our heat map for the road itself that we did a couple pages ago. We can now start seeing where the growth is. Where are the hot spots? Let's think about Carver Road. Carver Road has one thing that causes a lot of traffic. That's the transfer station of the city of Griffin, which is on Industrial Boulevard. One of the 2 ways getting there is Carver Road. So we can then take that same philosophy, use the heat maps, use the data. We could also then apply that throughout the whole county. So the southern part of Carver Road is not going to see, as of today, not going to see the same type of traffic, but the north part of Carver Road up to 362 will most likely experience more and more traffic because it's an industrial area and we have the transfer station there. So we can concentrate based on PCI scores, maintaining that section there so that we don't see the failure in 5 or 10 years. We'll see the failure 40 years from now. And this will change. It'll live and breathe all the time.
So up from the 1 to 5 years, we can predict that very well. We've got a score. We know what the plan is. After that, we're guessing.
Well, we're not guessing because there'll be a new PCI study.
5 years.
So this
In
is
5
our
years-
second PCI study. We did one 7 or 8 years ago when I first became Public Works Director. And then you just got done doing the existing one. So I would hope that we would stay on that 5-year schedule. That's what's recommended.
So what I'm getting at is that year 37, year 39, those two big full at the FDR replacement, those are 22-year ahead of schedule guesses.
Right, based on current data.
So can we go back? I'm not saying that we shouldn't fund this. I'm just a numbers guy. Can we go back to the slide that showed like the whole system? Yeah, there you go. So after the 5 years, we're guessing.
Correct. Those numbers will definitely change because either shift in traffic, some things will get worse. But you also have to remember what will happen now is, unlike how we do it now, where it's the full road, we're going to be concentrating on those heat spot areas. So even that'll change. Even that'll be, instead of looking at failure in FDR in 10 years, we're looking at crack sealing or a mill and overlay within that 20 or 25 years. So yes, that's all going to be different, but it's going to be positive based on the data.
So in both of these, at about the 15-year mark, maybe the 20-year mark for the 5.2 plan versus the currently 1.2 plan, we're going to full reclamation all the time with the whole amount.
Because we did not concentrate.
But that's with the 5.2 plan as well.
Yes, but you can see there's not as much failure.
So this is segmental, right? We're
Segmental.
not talking about
This
full
is part one, segmental. This is taking each road intersection to intersection.
road
And then
doing a
I'm
piece
coming
of
back with a part two that'll show you the entire roads. This is the general best practice throughout the country right now, is segment to segment.
Sure.
Yeah, there'll be a little pain the first 5 or 10 years immediately, because you're going to have resurfacing on a portion of the road, but not the entire road. But it'll be based solely on the data and what is in the field at the time.
So help me understand why this would have us in both plans just doing the full reclamations as opposed to any chip and seals and
Well, chip and seal is a different.
whatever the other
It's
ones
a
are
different
there,
animal.
the crack seal.
Well, the crack seal is basically like getting a cavity filled.
Sure.
It's maintenance,
Right?
right? Which is,
And we would just stop doing that. We would just start ripping the roads up and repave them.
Do them 3 times.
That's right. At that, you do 3 crack seals, and then you do a mill and overlay, which is not an FDR, and it's different than what we're doing now, because we do a layer of OGI, then we do a topping, which is 4 inches. This would be milling 1 to 2 inches and then reapplying the same 1 to 2 inches. So then we don't have to worry about shoulder work, and then the cost is it's less expensive as well because you're not having as much material.
So in either plan, we would stop doing the crack and seal.
No, you would keep on doing crack seal. You're going to reset. So
you see how it
Right.
just shows purple?
but you hadn't reset. In 5 years, you're gonna have new numbers in 5 years. This is assuming you don't do another study.
Okay.
This changes again in 5 years.
So I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand. So earlier when we looked at Carver Road, we said, yeah, if we do it like this, we're not gonna, we can only chip and seal so many times, and so we're gonna have to, so, and we said, hey, we're just sort of guessing. This is what it's gonna be. So right now, in both plans, we're guessing that after year 15, there's no more chip and seal, because that's what these graphs say, right?
Based on today's traffic patterns.
Okay.
There
Why-
is
why
no
would
change
we-
in traffic patterns.
Why would we guess that we would stop doing crack and seal?
We're not guessing. Because we know it's a 40-year plan, and we know that we're gonna get some different numbers in the 5th year.
Okay.
Based on the current growth, based on traffic patterns. Okay, I'll give you another example. High Falls Road. 10 years ago, from High Falls to the Butts County line, what did we not have? We didn't have a Rock Springs. So that wasn't predicted. These systems right here will then start predicting those things ahead of time, and we can start addressing them. So if 8 years ago, I would have started crack sealing, we would not be in that same shape that we are today.
And it needs to be repaved desperately.
That's right.
So this is just our predictions.
Based on best practices of the United States, based on GDOT, based on FHWA, and based on what other communities are doing that are feeding into like systems. Yes.
And those predictions have us not doing any crack seals after year 15. Because that's what the graph shows, right?
Right, because you hadn't spent, okay, so you're looking at the 1.2 million plan there, and I know I understand you're saying the 5.2 is about 10 years later than that. Yes, that's because you're at a failure point based on today's numbers. But you have to remember, when you get to that, you're going to have 2 more updates even before we get to that point. So those numbers. And the other thing you're going to have, unlike what you see now, which is all purple 3/4, you're going to start feeding in green on the backside of that. So as you move purple this way, you're moving green behind it. Because you're starting the system.
But like,
So once you make a full depth, have to do a full depth reclamation, that line will be green.
Yeah.
Or
That's
that
right.
space will be green.
But when we do mill and overlay, we gain about 10 or 20 points. We don't go back to 0, but we gain some, so that helps you.
so this graph doesn't take that into account.
Doesn't take, correct, because we don't have that data yet. And won't have it till
But
5 years from now.
But it predicts that we'll do some of that. We'll do some of the full depth reclamation, and thus there'll be some green. But it doesn't reflect that green even in response to the full depth reclamation that it's predicting.
Correct.
Because this chart
Right.
doesn't know what you're going to do in the future. It's saying that if you do this today, this is what the chart looks like.
Okay.
I can feed in different numbers, or I can feed in different PCI scores, and it'll change the chart.
But if we did the 5.2 plan under this chart, as soon as we got to that first piece of purple, that's going to add some green to it.
That's correct.
And this doesn't actually add the green to it,
That's
even
right.
if we followed the plan that it's putting out.
That's correct.
Because it does not understand that you have followed the plan. This is the recommendation, so they're wanting to come back in 5 years to assess the road conditions again, and then that new number will reassess the greens through the rest of the chart.
So when you come next, it would be immensely helpful that the chart itself recursed itself. That if it said, hey, this is what we recommend, that it would actually show the effects of what it recommends.
Unfortunately, their algorithm does not do that. This comes directly from RSA.
So after 5 years of this is a pointless nothing chart.
Correct, and that's why their recommendation, listen, you're
I'm
speaking
not mad
my
at you.
language.
I'm
No,
just
no,
like-
no, you're speaking my language, because that's exactly what the recommendation is that in 5 years, you reassess through a second assessment, which only increases, well, yes, but it also increases their data for your community, because you could have a road
Sure.
that nobody travels on, that we
Wild
crack
plum.
seal, correct, wild plum.
Well, Plum, we hope to
And
literally take off. So.
it sits there and doesn't have any weight against it, so you don't lose the condition of the road, so you actually extend the length by another 5 years.
And that's essentially what we do now. We take a static
Storm
number
damage.
and we say, this is the course we're going to stay no matter what, and we're going to do entire roads no matter what.
But
Shall we
but
keep on
surely
going?
the data should feed on itself. Hey, if you follow this plan, because that says even if we follow the 5.2 plan, you're at full depth reclamation and it's hopeless. We're at failure rates everywhere.
Yes.
So
Right.
why would we do either one?
Well,
We're
you're 100%
in the chart's the
correct,
same.
because if you look at first year, you see some yellow, which is going to be mill and overlay. I'll be able to add some PCI points to the mill and overlay next year.
Right.
So that'll make some adjustments. I won't be able to add it for crack seal, but as you see the yellow, if that happens prior to the 5 years, we add points to that particular segment. So yes, it'll start breathing next year.
It's a 40-year
Unfortunately,
plan.
we got to have a plan to make it start breathing.
It's a 40-year plan with a 10-year visibility.
This should be recursive on itself.
One would think.
That's
we would
unbelievable.
think.
Well,
But
not really,
if you show it
because
recursive on itself, then there would be some customers, I would presume, there would be some customers who would say, but we did this and this is what we should get. Why are we now having to go do full depth reclamation? And there is an opportunity for the organization, us, to do a retest of our system to make sure that we've got a good, solid plan and that our plan's actually working.
It's just that looking at these two plans, they both end in catastrophic failure. I mean, look at them. And so.
That's because we
why
haven't
choose one or
ever
the
had
other
any,
one?
because we've never had any road maintenance. This is part of
No, I agree.
the issue
true.
of why we're in the shape that we're in. The difference for me in this is that I've been asking for North Second Street to be paved forever.
Mhm.
But all the street is in decent shape except for when you get to the dip. But in order to get the dip fixed before, you had to pave the whole road. So I think this works better on a scale of economy, and also as you fix these pieces, this information will be input into this system. So this chart is going to look different as we're doing the rest of the T-Splosh projects. Some of these roads will come off
That is
and
correct.
it will
Yes,
look
ma'am.
different.
And what's exciting about that, like the last couple of years, we've gotten extra LMIG, $1 million, $2 million. Those are numbers that you could decide to put into the system. We won't be guessing where to put that money in. We'll know exactly where to put it. And then, this chart is going to change even more rapidly.
Can we talk brass tacks? We've been putting $1 million from the general fund-ish into this every year, into roads. And then we're getting $1 million-ish from LMIG. How much are we getting from LMIG?
We get about 800,000, 900,000 from
Almost a
LMIG,
million.
and then another 900,000 from LRA.
Okay, so like 1.8 from the state, and then we're at about 3.8-ish. Okay, and then the T-Splost, we're spending how much on resurfacing every year?
About $6.5, $7 million.
Okay, so we're doing better than a 5.2 plan
We are.
right now
We have
because
been-
of the T-Splost.
We have been doing better because of the T-Splosh.
Okay,
But that wasn't a plan.
no, sure, sure.
So everybody,
We don't have to vote on this.
No.
This
You're
is
going to have,
information.
so I'm going to break it into super segments, which technically will be an entire road. And I'm going to show you what that looks like based on the current data. And then at that point, as you move into T-Splost or Splost or T-Splost or LMIG money, then we can have some guidance from you on what plan you want to go to. Essentially, the choices are full roads or go to segments.
really,
It's segments, I think.
yeah, there's really no question in
Yeah.
that, in the long run for money, to be able to, all right.
My question is how quick
all
can we
right,
get high poles?
Good on that. Now, we have 6 more items to go through, plus an executive session in about 40 minutes, 50 minutes. I'm just being the gatekeeper.
Yeah,
I'm supposed
Ryan,
to do
stop
that
asking
with.
so many questions. God.
All right. TJ, you coming back, right?
He is.
Discussion of a change order on Tony Trail curb replacement project. TJ?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Unfortunately, you're very familiar with this road. This is the one we currently did a change order last month because we had to dig down 3 feet to stabilize the road with a geosystem. We now need to bring forth a request. Did you all get the new pictures?
We don't know.
I'm sorry. Okay, so this was what it looked like even before we started work. Right now, essentially, as they kept on digging down at a 3 foot, because that's where we had to go, there's no curb left on this road anymore. So I need to put curb in. We need to redo the curb. So this change order is to replace the curb on Tony Trail. Well,
Oh,
to
man,
put in
it's not
curb.
nearly as bad as I thought it was gonna be. I thought
How
it was gonna
much
be
is this whole
zero
road
in the
cost us?
We're gonna be,
Because I'm just like, why you gotta put a curb back up?
For one house. Ain't there one house on this road?
so there's a house at the beginning of the road, but there are lots towards the cul-de-sac. We're gonna be
Don't we have
somewhere
plenty
around
of roads that
425.
Don't have curbs?
Excuse me.
Don't we got plenty of roads that don't have curbs?
We do, but this was a curbed road. That was that picture of existing. This isn't a subdivision. I would recommend that we maintain the curb system because that's your drainage, your stormwater is all based on the curb.
How is it a subdivision if it's only
It's-
6 lots?
it's-
There's nothing there.
It's the fourth road inside of that subdivision. So it starts on Bice, coming off of Etheridge Mill, then you come, you make a turn, go to another cul-de-sac, come to another cul-de-sac. This is the third cul-de-sac and the third road in that subdivision.
Anytime a developer comes and goes, but why are you making me? We need to hold this slide up
Show.
and say,
This
this
is-
is why we're holding you to this high standard.
This is from a failure when it was built, and
Exactly.
don't really know exactly how that happened.
No, but
Do
we
you will not?
accepted it.
I can assure you,
We
there's no,
accepted it without knowing it.
there is no developer that will be able to get past Public Works. This won't happen. It hasn't happened in 8 years, and it's not going to happen. I can assure you of
How
that.
much money have we spent on this road?
Excuse me.
3 million?
We're going to be somewhere around 425.
$425,000.
Yes.
And how long is this road?
About 500 feet.
Job, please.
845 feet.
Oh, it's 845?
845 feet.
All right. Questions?
845.
Questions on this before tonight?
I already know. I don't.
You know what you know the way you want to vote, so, okay. All right, thank you on that, TJ. I'd like to recognize Dr. Ledbetter to walk us through the discussion. Commissioner Flowers Taylor, you are also in the Griffin Spalding Collaborative Board. Would you share with us where we are with the lease agreement?
We met with the collaborative last week. They voted to submit this application back to us. It basically leases to the collaborative for $10 a year, the building 1B, which is the building behind the sanctuary for office space for Waypoint. In this agreement, the collaborative agrees to have liability insurance, to pay the rent, to be responsible for basic stuff that anyone else would be if they were leasing a building. We have the same agreement that we have with them as we have with the Vet Center and UGA Griffin, and I think that's the only other nonprofit as far as us maintaining the building. The other portion of the building is not completed, so the board voted in agreement for this contract, and Steve was there as well to review it and to amend it. So we looked at everything that could possibly make the county liable. We've had good contracts with them for the last 10 years for Waypoint, so I think this contract is a good work. They're already moving.
Waypoint's the only group that will be using this.
That is correct. And that is a part of the leases that we can tell them who will go into that facility, and we've told them that Waypoint is the only one that is allowed to do the rental. They got into some discussion about not needing all of the space in 1B, and at the end of the discussion, they recognized that 1B was its own building, and that they would be responsible for all the utilities for that 1B building. Stephanie has reviewed the document.
And I spoke with Ms. Abbott this afternoon as well, and she asked me if the county needed to be a signatory on the sublease, and I said no, not at all, but we must have it, review it, and approve it.
Mhm.
And as long as the collaborative has approved this in a properly noticed and in-person attended public meeting, then I would recommend that we actually execute it for the third time.
And they did have a special called meeting. They properly noticed the meeting. Everyone was present, and they did vote in favor of moving forward.
Collab year.
That's correct.
I'm tired of y'all trying to talk about our people while I'm sitting right here.
Waypoint does incredible work for our veterans, specifically our disabled veterans. We should absolutely support them in this.
So, really no question, it's just a matter of
No,
semantic
just for-
on this.
yeah.
On the other side, that's still moving along, should be,
I think you said a couple of weeks that building should be finished.
Yes, ma'am.
And the other side is, seem to have a very good understanding of what they need to be doing
talked
going
to
forward.
Regina also, she
Uh-huh.
says
With
she and
GMAC.
they're close.
Yeah.
And she said it's just a couple small minor things, and then we'll be 100% done with that from our perspective. Okay, any other questions about that?
How many bed spaces are they gonna have?
I believe the total bed spaces are 13, and I think that's right. And then wash area and restrooms for males and wash area and restroom for females.
Okay. Item number 10, discuss the budget amendment to allocate funding for the state court investigator position currently paid with ARPA funds.
Yes, sir.
Hello, solicitor.
How are you doing?
How'd you
Good.
get right in there on that mic? 'Cause
Yeah.
there'll be people on YouTube and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody wants to hear the solicitor.
All right, so this is the investigator position in my office. She's been funded by the ARPA funds for the 3 years that I've had her so far. They're pulling the plug on that and it's drying up. So I'm asking the county to, it's already in my budget, I believe, but they've been reimbursing us for that. So I'm just asking the county to be picking up her salary and benefits portion of that too.
What's the total?
95.6 is what Miles gave me.
All right, now, let me make sure we're all talking on the same sheet of music. Remember, we just had the judges come in here and talk about raises. This, as far as I'm concerned, is not the process that we use to do people. Now, this is an ARPA issue, which is slightly bit different to be able to do it. We need to think through how we're going to allow this to happen procedurally. We can't be every month, people coming and asking us for new people to be able to do it. Just like we're not probably going to get the state judge on 1 January.
Probably not, no. This isn't a new position though, Mr. Davis. This is,
Yeah.
she's been in my office for 3 years now, and this is
Yeah.
a necessity for.
We're talking about, we were originally talking about an investigator in that position starting 1 January
For the second stage.
for the second state judge. So in the meantime, but while we're waiting, I think there's a timing issue where we use the money that we were gonna have for the second state judge investigator to pay for, to continue that while we're waiting. Now, it won't be long. My belief is it won't be long before the state judge will be appointed by the governor. But right now is not the time. In another 2 months or so, it'll be the right time.
So let me just ask a question. Didn't you know that your ARPA funds were going to be expiring
Did.
in July?
No, they're expiring the end of this year.
Right, but I'm saying when you submitted your budget in July, you knew that the ARPA funds were going to expire in
No,
December.
I found out about 2 weeks ago. When I found out was about 2 weeks ago.
Okay, well, who did your budget? Because
I
how
did
can
my
you not know that?
The feds just released it.
Yeah, but they
No,
just told us.
no, you know that, we know that ARPA funds ended in December of this year, okay? So that is my point. I get it, cause I wanna say to you guys, don't y'all have some extra money in your budget you could pay for that with?
I can answer that. I know this is not my turn, but I can answer that
If you
question.
get to the mic, Judge.
Good.
So this is twofold. Number one, the ARPA funds were initially supposed to carry us through the end of this fiscal year, not the calendar year. Judge Ballard, who is our administrator, decision maker, everything, decided several weeks ago not to apply for the next round, saying that the rules had changed and what they didn't think they would get. So the answer is, we were all under the impression that this fiscal year was covered until we found out it wasn't. And so, yes, your frustration is our frustration. I mean, obviously, I don't
No,
wanna
it's
be
not,
here.
cause we be trying to make sure we have our money when we,
Absolutely.
but what you're saying to me, or to us, is Judge Ballard made a command decision not to reapply for those funds for his office.
All positions
For the circuit.
for the circuit.
So everybody in the circuit is losing their ARPA person?
Yes, but he's saying that even if he did apply, because I talked to him extensively, trying to understand, anticipating this moment, is that the ARPA rules were changed. They're always being changed. That's not new. But what was available to them was not going to assist the rest of us. It could only go towards serious violent felonies, and we only do misdemeanors. And most of the folks having it. So again, I don't know, I was not part of that discussion, I was not there. I just knew I had that answer, and I'm sorry that
no.
I jumped up and jumped in. I had the answer.
Yeah, I wasn't part of that discussion either. Like I said, we just found out.
Did Chief Judge Ballard or Senior Judge Ballard make that decision before or after our last meeting?
You'd have to talk to Judge Ballard on that one. I don't know.
We do personnel budgeting during the budget, okay?
That's the issue.
And you know, I have my issue with the court system because I don't feel that, I mean, while y'all might do wonderful in court, and I hope I don't have to come and sit in front of none of y'all again. Y'all are not very reliable in coming in with your budget, and you have a very bad habit of coming in and asking for money and not really doing what it is that y'all were supposed to say y'all were gonna do. So excuse me, you probably didn't do it, but you just in that game. So I'm just being honest. That's the relationship that I have had with y'all. So would we do this if Sylvia came up here? Would we do this if Kelly came up here? Cause is anybody gonna die because we didn't do this, to use your whatever?
But what's gonna happen if you don't do this is the person in my office that goes and finds the victims of crime that we can't find. These people move constantly. They change their phone numbers constantly. This is the person in my office that goes and finds those people, gets in touch with them so that we can prosecute a domestic batterer. So that we can
Where's your victim's advocate money?
Ma'am?
Doesn't your victim's advocate money pay for that salary for that person?
That pays for her salary. She's the one that tries to get a hold of them, but my investigator is a former sheriff's deputy. She's post-certified. She goes out. She goes and does this. She goes in the field when she needs to. My victim advocate is the liaison from my office to victims. She
But
makes
you're
sure that
saying that the sheriff, your inspector, is doing the job that the victim's advocate is doing.
I'm saying that my investigator is doing in addition to that. She gathers all the information that I need for a case. She gets my incident reports, pictures, videos. She talks to officers and witnesses. She goes and finds these people we can't find. She investigates for my office. Without her, we used to dismiss tons of cases. Judge Thacker, Mr. Dutton can tell you, we used to dismiss tons of cases. These folks were just walking who had beat up somebody because we can't find the person that they beat up because they've moved 3 times in the 2 years before we could get them into court. Without her, those cases are getting dismissed. With her, they're not.
Who was a solicitor before you?
Trey Howell.
So what kind of investigator did he have?
He didn't have one, which is great. There's not. You'd be hard pressed to find a prosecutor's office in the state that doesn't have an investigator. The DA's office has 3 in Spalding County alone. I mean, that is an absolute. It's not. It doesn't make my job easier. It makes me able to do my job.
See, this is, in my opinion, this is a position. This is not a new position to him. This is a position we've had on the books for a while. We were detailed.
It's an ARPA position. It was created because the ARPA money came.
Yeah, but we've had it on the books, so this is not something we're creating we've never had before. 3 years we've had the same position doing it, and all of a sudden now they just found out there's no funding for this position. It's different to me than trying to hire a new position. Trying to say, all right, do we really need this position? We have basically been validating this position for 3 years, whether we got the money, however we got the money.
So when we were trying to get the Boost grant for leisure services, or we were trying to get the hospital authority grant for leisure services, and it didn't go. They just didn't. They didn't get the money from us. So I hear what you're saying, and I'm not trying to measure a kid playing volleyball with somebody being adjudicated, but I'm saying you set a precedent and you make a difference based on who it is, and that's what I'm hearing. Because my understanding is that we budget for people during budgeting.
Correct. This is out of cycle. I'm against out of cycle stuff. We just did it with the judges and said we're not doing it because it's out of cycle. We're going to wait on it.
And so that's what I'm saying. So how is this different? It's not.
So the difference in this and the Boost is that
No, not the Boost. We're talking about the thing with the judges that
I think we should have done a thing with the judges too.
we can understand
again,
that.
had the state picked up and done what we asked them to do and fund all the judges and prosecutors and everybody else based on pegging it to the federal judges' salaries so that it ceases to be a political issue, then all that stuff with the judges would have been, moot because it had all been pegged and that had been taken care of. Had Superior Court the way that the Georgia Constitution runs the Superior Court judges and their salaries and their funding and the convoluted systems that has become, if that was different than say just a regular sheriff's deputy, like, then yeah, we would come back and be like, wait a minute, why is this different? It's different because the state makes it be different. It has nothing to do with the judges. They didn't choose for it to be different. It had nothing to do with us. We didn't make some sort of mistake. We're not doing it wrong. That's what happened with the judges. Here, we have a judge whose, salary and stuff is allocated by the state, who made a decision based on what the changes the federal government made, here in the final hours. And we're just trying to catch up and continue to, we are the ones left holding the bag here with the changes the federal government made.
This is just from here to 1 July.
Yeah.
This isn't a year-long project. This gets us to 1 July, which is then we can cycle through the normal process of, are we going to refund his investigator position and go through the budget cycles fine. All we're trying to do is go from right now through.
I hear what you're saying.
Okay.
And the rest of that sentence is that when we get to later in the year, we're gonna see if we're gonna fund him. It is clear that he needs to be funded. So my question to you is, are you willing to take the $50,000 that was not going to be paid to the Superior Court judges that's supposed to remain in our salary and use that to help fund his? Because it's not in the general fund budget.
Oop.
Now, Judge Ballard and them asked for that money, asked to be able to keep that money, but we refused to let them have it. So if that is the money that we can use, I will be fine with that. But I just don't think that we should go out and fund a full salary, a 6-month salary, because it's not in our budget.
So the state prosecutor's budget is the same today, and it will be the same January 1 that he put forward and was approved for, with the same positions, with the same everything, except one of the funding sources for that has unexpectedly gone away. So we did budget for it, we did allocate it, we did plan for these number of things, but now the feds have shifted and aren't giving us what we thought they would give us. So it is a budgeted position. It is Mr. Shepard couldn't have done anything different. He could not have done better. He could not have, short of looking into a crystal ball and knowing what the federal government's going to do. And if you can do that, you have better stock market return than Nancy Pelosi does.
I want to understand what you mean. The feds did something different to mess up his money, because
So-
I don't
Sure.
understand that.
The
Easy.
ARPA grant is not being renewed for these positions. Judge Ballard made that decision
But we knew that the ARPA money was going away
In
anyway.
July.
in the end of this fiscal year.
In the end of this
Okay, in the
fiscal
end
year,
of July.
not in January.
Okay, that's fine. What I'm saying, are you state court? Or
I am.
you? Okay, you're state court. So, I don't understand what the hard part is. I hear what you're saying. He needs to do his job. I'm saying when other people come here with the same situation, we don't let them do that. And so if there is a way to do it, Steve, you were going somewhere, and I suggested to the board that we use the remaining funds from, Superior Court budget
Remember, they had $50,000, and we said, hey, we table that till we do
to
it.
allow him to continue to try to fund that, because
Could we
if it's
force him
gonna
to do
take
that?
$95,000 to fund from now until the end of the year, that,
No.
That's a full year.
That's
Yeah,
a full
that's a full year, so, I think at best, we're looking at about
47.
39 and some change after the holidays work through. So I think there's plenty of money there to do just that.
So the thought process that we have is tell the judges, take it out of your own funding.
no, that's a different pocketbook, isn't it? That money that we're
We can-
talking about,
we can
you
move
have it
our- yeah.
already.
Yes.
Correct.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
We're gonna
we
take
have
that.
it, he'll remove it from their budget and use it to fund
Yes,
them.
that's the issue. Okay. Are we all square on that for the night? You know how to say that, so we get it right? Okay. All right. Thanks, Solicitor
If
General.
y'all
I
haven't
appreciate
gone
it.
over and
Thank you,
taken a-
judges.
Tour of the new first floor courtroom that used to be the tax office.
All right.
Tag office.
Item number
It's really
11.
cool. They've done a
Discussion for
Yeah.
consideration of the Airport Authority condemnation property resolution. Ms. Wyndham.
Mr. Chairman, this needs to be moved to the January workshop agenda. It is not ready, from the airport authority for discussion tonight.
All right, we're all square, understand and table that, okay. Item number 12.
Mr. Chairman,
We're moving forward.
given the time, item number 13 is more important, I think, than item number 12. Would it be possible to flip-flop those to make sure that the judges, can address their technology
Yeah.
fee resolutions?
I'm good with that. Is everybody good with that? Do we have to?
We should have
No,
put y'all
maybe
up front so
agenda or
you could have
anything.
left early. I'm sorry. Then.
Just, yes, if
I was-
someone
I've
would
long
make a
since learned how
motion
to keep
amend the
myself busy.
agenda.
Do I have a motion to amend the agenda to put 13
So
in front of 12?
second.
All right, first and second. All those in favor, raise your hand. 5-0. All right. Item number 13, discuss the proposed implementation and adjustment of technology fees for the magistrate, probate, and state courts.
All right, and Judge Purdue was here, but she ended up needing to go, so I'm it. So here's what these are in a nutshell. There's no general legislation to provide for the technology needs of the county courts. And so local legislation is allowed and required for the courts to collect an add-on fee to supplement the technology of the court. The state court uses this heavily. It's offset our budget tremendously and allowed us to put a whole lot of things in a whole lot of places that were needed, especially during COVID. If you think of the math, if you kind of like track it with the law library fee, which was $5 set back in 1983, and you go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics and you type in $5 in 1983 and carry it forward, it's like $15 today. And so what we're doing is we're trying to plan way ahead and go, all right, what's our long-term plans? Because Steve's always saying you need to plan ahead. What's your long-term plan? And so our plan is to request that you all approve all three courts, probate, magistrate, and state court, to give us the opportunity to raise that fee as we need to, up to but no more than $15. And so that requires local legislation, and that's it.
Meaning us.
I'm trying to do this really fast.
Doesn't cost the county anything.
Local legislation, meaning our legislative delegation will be presented with these. They do require that we also include a resolution from this
Yeah,
board,
we've got to send it up too. Yeah.
which that is what we will ask you to vote upon tonight.
All right. Any questions about this?
A resolution to send this to the local delegation to request it.
In the next session.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
this is for probate court and state court.
And
And
magistrate.
also
Magistrate
magistrate
court.
court.
Yes.
All right.
Is there any reason why you picked 15 as a cap?
No, I mean, it's all over the place. There's no consensus. They're $5, $10, $15, $20. It is all over the board. And so I just took the Bureau of Labor Statistics because, math, and I like that.
So we do a public defender fee of $50. Henry County does a public defender fee of $480. You know what I mean? Like, we're wildly behind in our fees, and I'm the defense attorney. The only people that would pay these fees are people that are found guilty by a judge, by a jury or judge, or plead guilty and pay a fine.
I spent most of this afternoon looking, at
They would also pay those for filing civil cases.
Okay.
Yes, it's
That's
for
right.
civil cases and to tack on to fines and fees.
And that is specifically included in each piece of legislation.
In the filing.
So the question for me, guys, is that, does that $15 technology fee actually cover what it is that you have to do?
Yes. It has helped us tremendously. I don't even have a technology line item in my budget. That's correct. Now, granted, we have different case volumes that come through our different courts, but it lets me do that. And frankly, I've used the technology fund to help all kinds of things throughout the courthouse. So
What's your technology fee that you ask?
right now, we're all at $5. So, again, we're asking it to go to, it's no more than $5, and we're asking it to be no more than 15.
Up to $15.
Yes.
That's
Okay.
just pitiful.
That's my own question is why not up to
25.
25? Why not,
Y'all
Because-
can set it at whatever number you request. I just was trying to come up with a number that I could mathematically backtrack.
I'm the defense
But it
attorney.
is all over the board. There's 20, there's 15, 10.
Yeah.
I
I've
mean,
been
I
trying to
went
raise
through
all the
dozens
fines and
of
fees
them.
for forever.
Are you for 15?
15 is what we want.
Okay. I'm good with 15. I don't think I know more than they know, so I'm good with 15. You all good with 15?
Yeah, that's fine.
Tonight?
I'm not good with 15 just because I know that when the magistrate court and the probate court come here, they are always acting like they're begging. And you have a right to have these different fees and these different charges associated with the work that you do. So I challenge you to not
Limit.
come here crawling, because you know you need more than that. And just saying $15, that doesn't really.
Well, and it's
Found
up to
several
they,
at 20. So if you're asking me for a number, I've seen at the top 20 is the number that I went through dozens of local legislations this afternoon while y'all were doing other stuff, and I saw 20 on several occasions. I did not see anything higher than 20.
And this is specifically for those few things that if you'll look at the legislation that they've proposed, that's all it can be used for. So I agree that they should not come in here and act as if they're begging, but that's for other things, not this particular technology piece.
One
Right,
thing
we're all
we-
agreeing on that for me.
one thing
We're all
we
square
gotta
with
be
that.
concerned about is getting this passed through the legislature. And I think $15 is a good figure. It's not too much, it's not too little,
Isn't this
but
a
it's a
local
good figure. I think if we try to go any
but then
higher,
everyone still has to.
we may have opposition.
This will go to our local legislative delegation, who has expressed that this is acceptable. That we have not addressed a higher cost with them.
Okay, whatever.
Okay, all right. We're good. And no question about it tonight,
We're good for
right?
tonight?
We're ready to go. Okay, we're good.
Do you need us back tonight for any
No,
reason?
no.
Okay.
Y'all go and
Only if
enjoy.
you can find a higher one.
Have-
Thank you all.
Thank
later.
you.
Thank you,
Thanks, Judge.
judges, we appreciate it. Item number 12, discussion and guidance of no-through truck ordinance revision. This looks like all over this window.
I need your guidance, actually. I hope we have time for you to provide that to me.
It's got a model.
We were at a second reading, at our last meeting, and I did not know until we were in that meeting that there had been a meeting outside with, Representative Mathiak and others. So I was expecting I had made the change that you had asked me to make. I was expecting that it would be approved on second reading, given that. So I don't know what changes to make, what further changes to make, unless you tell me.
Okay? All right, Luke?
Good afternoon. At the request of the board, I did bring a model tonight to
Thank
help
you.
try to demonstrate this to you guys. What we're looking at is section 6-2004 of the ordinance, Spalding County Ordinance. Section A, all truck or delivery vehicles. This is referring to no-through trucks. As we all know, what you see there is obviously a no-through truck issue. The issue that we have with code enforcement currently, if we remove the trailer, we now have
You should
the
have kept,
powered tractor unit.
should have kept Rita here. That's all right. Mistake on my
If you
part.
guys are familiar with semi trucks, have seen them, they have tires, 3 sets of axles, and tires. This is actually ahead of its date, in that they put single tires on the rear axles. Most semi trucks have dual tires or 4 tires on each axle. So that would be
In the
4
back, the front tires
tires,
are still
8
2.
tires, 2 on the front would be 10 tires. Which, with our old ordinance, they are in violation because they have more than 6 wheels. New semi trucks are using this method. They only have 2 tires on the rear axles and 2 tires on the front axles, which is a total of 6 tires. They are not in violation of the ordinance. They still weigh 17 to 25,000 pounds. However, they're not violating the ordinance because they only have the 6 tires.
So if they're just riding around with nothing on the back of their truck, they're good.
They are, if they have this model set up. With
Does a truck
2
like that
tires on
injure
the
our
A
rear.
regular truck can't bobtail like that. Just say like a truck that don't have that model, they won't be able to bobtail on all.
The older trucks would not that have the 4 tires on the rear axles. They would, they're in violation. The new style that they're doing, that they are constructing, only has 6 tires total. So they are not in violation. still weigh 17 to 25,000 pounds, but they are not in violation of the ordinance. Run
My
bobtail.
concern is, just say a truck driver, right, and he's on his way home, and he got the regular truck like that.
Mhm.
On his way home, he's gonna be in violation just trying to get home?
If he's headed to his headquarters, he's not in violation by the ordinance. If you look under, section 4, or, subsection 4, under A, they do have a right to go to their headquarters, place of pickup, delivery, repair garages, parking lots, their terminals.
Okay.
Your origin or your destination is within a no-through trucks. You get to go by the
It
shortest.
is not a
route.
violation.
It's not a violation.
That's not a violation.
All right.
But
I was a truck
you
driver,
can't
so I
you can't
know
cut
about it.
through. That's the whole point.
Okay, that's what.
Like you can't take back roads to cut a corner. You have to take the highway to the next highway to the interstate.
I got you.
Okay.
So what's the rule? What is?
Luke, what do you
So
want
my
the-
suggestion is under subsection A, number 1, my suggestion is have it read a powered tractor unit having more than 6 wheels. Number 2, a powered tractor unit having 3 or more axles. Eliminate including the load thereon. With that terminology, including the load thereon, pretty much any truck and trailer combination is gonna be a violation.
Would that mean that all trucks that would damage our roads would not be allowed?
Yes, that is our goal.
Okay, if that's, you're the expert.
All right.
And our goal is to protect our roads and make sure that they stop destroying them. We saw the millions that we're gonna have to pay out every single year in perpetuity just to keep them at our current status quo. So if that's gonna protect our roads, if that wording means all the trucks that will hurt our roads can't drive there,
I'm good by that. All right.
And
Luke, please.
Commissioner Bolton, I know you had some concerns. The powered tractor unit would just be this part. That would not include any trailer or apparatus behind it.
Could you
Ryan,
please
this is
repeat
really
what
important
you-
for you to be in, stepping up on.
Would you like to see it?
The only thing I would like to see there is if they're in the, if, commerce, if they're actually working. It's like, you know, like, you got some private people out there that have show cars and stuff. They may hook up to their trailer and take 4 or 5 show cars off. Now, he's held into that standard. So, but he's not making money or, unless he's, now if he's doing like a show and gonna win something, yes, it is commerce then. But it's just,
but if he's going to and from his house, then he's not in violation because you could just start inside because that's your starting point.
That's correct.
okay.
And that's how it currently reads.
Yeah,
So, that, there's nothing to change there.
It's the same with like the lawn care people. Like if they're
Yes.
coming to your lawn, that's their destination. So they're not in violation of the no-through trucks because they're coming there. They've got to go in. It's a through truck. It's not a no truck. You know what I mean? You just can't. That same truck couldn't then take a shortcut to another part of town. They would have to, use
And then that's wrong to me, But if they're doing it, making money, it's different.
Yeah.
Like if I was going over to Papa's house to cut his grass or something, I can drive round circles and up and down the road, turn around, back up and go as many times as I want to. But if you're making $1, then it becomes a whole different scenario. In the act of commerce, you're making money.
See, to me, it's just.
I mean, it's just,
Are you gonna damage
there's
your
so many
road?
rules with it. It's like hauling a trailer, just a little small 10,000-pound trailer. If you're making money with it, then you gotta have CDLs. I mean, it's just so much crap just involved with it. That's something that our legislators have screwed us over with, and I don't understand it. It's gotta be changed.
Yeah, if your dually is towing a trailer with a tractor on it, you gotta have a CDL. But if you've got your RV towing that same thing, you don't have to have a CO. What? That's more dangerous.
Yeah, making no money, yep.
Okay.
So do we have something to present, or we have something to present to you back?
We will have something to present at the first meeting in January.
It's a lot better. I like this. It's going in the right direction.
Okay, so not
Thank you,
tonight,
Luke.
first
Luke.
meeting in
Tonight.
January.
Thank you, Luke.
All right, first meeting in January.
Thanks for the truck picture.
Yeah,
You're very welcome.
that helps. All right. Item number 14, discussion of demolition bid for 117 East Solomon Street. Dr. Ledbetter?
Thank you. Staff actually did a competitive bid for the demolition of this property, working with Croy and with CPL, our architect firm. We were able to have conversation with about 8 or 9 bidders, and 3 at the pre-bid discussion, and then 3 bidders actually supplied a bid for the demolition. You can see on the screen that Anderson Environmental Incorporated at $245,000 is the recommendation of Croy and staff for the demolition of 117 East Solomon Street. They are a local company. They're out of Hampton, but they're also the lowest bidder, and they come with a recommendation of Croy. They've done the due diligence to make sure that they were a qualified bidder. And it's my understanding from the conversation that I've had with Croy that they've had a couple of opportunities to work with this provider in the past, and they've done good work. So staff makes a recommendation this evening during regular or extraordinary session for the award of Anderson Environmental Incorporated for the demolition of 117 East Solomon Street, and we'll bring the contract back to the board for consideration at that time.
I've got 2 questions. Number 1 is, what happens, and do they have a plan, do they have a bond, do they have insurance, in case there's any damage to the Thacker building or the annex?
Yes.
Okay. The second is the demolition going to put us in a position to rebuild this facade in as close to a visual as this?
Yes.
Great.
The conversations that we've had with CPL and with Croy indicated that a number of pictures were taken to ensure that we can rebuild the facade back to the way that it looks.
Is this
Do we
might?
want to?
Yeah, this is a historic building. Is there a way? I know we're not there yet, and maybe tonight's not the time to talk about it, but we should get the Historical Society involved in making sure that what the look of the new building is going to be to those historic standards. You know what I'm saying? This is our downtown. This is a 100-year-old building. You know what I mean?
But we tearing it down, aren't we?
All the way. Yeah, and the front of the annex looks crappy. Like this is a historic building. We should rebuild it in a way. I mean, maybe not exactly the same, but like in a way that befits our very historic downtown.
Yeah, now that's a different issue than what
Yeah,
we're talking
than what
about.
we're doing.
We're talking about
I
just demolition, just bringing the building down all the way around and trying to make sure that walls don't fall in and things like that, which is
Right.
what you talked about. All right, everybody pretty square with that one?
Yeah.
All right, now,
What are we doing?
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that you amend the agenda for your 6 o'clock meeting to include an executive session.
do I have a motion to amend the agenda?
You would need to amend that agenda at the next meeting.
All right, and
just
what
adjourn
about
here?
tonight's, on this one? Do we?
We do not have time to discuss the
you will
things
do
we
this.
need to.
Yeah,
at the
I know,
end
do
of
we
the
need
next
to
meeting.
amend it or just
Nope.
don't do it? Just don't. All right, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. We're adjourned till 6 o'clock.
3 minutes.
I don't know. Steve, who's the second?
How you doing?
Hey, Jackie.
Reggie and James. Reggie was first and James was second.
Hey, how's it going? You doing all right?
Oh, okay.
Good.
Instead of it just being,
Thank you, ma'am.
you gotta sit here and get David to be like, okay.
Bye.
Takes that most of them.
I'm going to the bathroom.
Oh, we're not ready to adopt anything yet.
Okay. Go ahead. Invocation.
Oh, okay.
Oh, never mind. Good evening and welcome to the Spalding County Board of Commissioners December 15th regular meeting. I would ask that you all please silence your cell phones and other electronic devices. At this time, I'd ask Commissioner Reginald Watts from District 3 to deliver the invocation, and Vice Chairman James Dutton of District 2 to lead us in the pledge to the flag.
Let us pray. Eternal God, our Father, Lord, we just want to thank you for who you are. And Lord, right now, we just ask for your presence, God. Lead us and guide us as we make decisions on behalf of your people, Lord. Lord, just let us come together, get along, God. Do the things that you want us to do, God. Be pleasing into your eyesight. It is in Jesus' name your people have prayed. Amen, amen, and amen.
Amen. Please join me in the pledge to the flag.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Commissioners. At this time, I'd like to have a motion to amend the agenda to add executive session.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda to have an executive session.
Second.
All right, let me,
Discussion.
the executive session, I'll make sure I've read the words. Under the Georgia Open Meeting Act of OCGA 50-14-3, a governing body may enter executive session for specific reasons, including discussion of security plans, procedures, or devices used to protect public property or public buildings against acts of violence or authorized access, or other legal counsel to discuss or deliberate on the appointment, employment, compensation, hiring, disciplinary action, or dismissal of periodic evaluation or rating of public officer or employee as authorized by OCGA 50-14-3B2.
And Mr. Chairman, also to include the request of the county attorney to discuss pending or potential litigation.
And so, adding that, all right,
Mr. Chairman, are we planning that at the end of our regular extraordinary session?
yes.
Did we vote for that?
Nope. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, the agenda has been changed. Just a minute, let me get back to where we are. All right. Item 4, presentations and proclamations. Presentation of the November 30, 2025 financial statement as presented by the Deputy Finance Director. Jamie?
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to review the county's financial performance for you this evening. Tonight's presentation will provide you a summary of our financial activities for fiscal year 2026 as of November 30th. We'll take a closer look at revenue collections, expenditures, and encumbrances for both the general fund as well as the fire fund budgets. At this point, we are 5 months into the fiscal year, which represents approximately 42% of the annual budget. For November, total revenues came in at $4.5 million, while expenditures totaled $3.9 million for the fire fund. Encumbrances primarily related to the purchases of new fire trucks stood at $6.75 million. Now, just to clarify, encumbrances represent funds that have been committed for future obligations. They do impact cash flow, but they're fully planned and accounted for within the budget. Revenues to date are $4.488 million, which is about 40.5% of the annual budget. Expenditures, including in the encumbrances, total $10.65 million. Of that amount, $6.75 million, which is encumbered for future purposes. Altogether, this represents roughly 55% of the overall budget.
The chart that you see gives you a clear snapshot of November's financial position. You'll notice the gap between revenues and expenditures, which is consistent with the seasonal trend we observed in FY 2025. As of the fifth month of fiscal year 2026, cumulative revenues stand at $14 million, while expenditures total $27 million. So far, revenues have reached about 44% of the budgeted amount, which is right on track for this point in the year. When we compare November's performance to previous months, the trend shows expenditures holding steady while revenues continue to climb gradually. This supports our expectations of stronger inflows in the coming months. So far, the county has collected $7.7 million in taxes, which represent 54.7% of total revenue. These tax collections include real property tax, both current and prior years, along with interest and penalties on real and personal property, public utility tax, motor vehicle tax, ad valorem tax, tag and title fees, local option sales tax, alcohol tax, business occupation tax, railroad equipment tax, and other sources. Miscellaneous revenue totals $893,000, or roughly 6.3% of overall revenue. This category includes income from resource officers, inmate phone and store commissions, CI detail reimbursements, motor coach trips, sales of surplus property and equipment, as well as spay and neuter fees. Charges for services account for $1.4 million, or 10% of overall total revenue. These include fees from probate and magistrate courts, adult probation and supervision, inmate housing cost, medical and clothing reimbursements for both the correctional institution as well as the sheriff's department, also as revenue from the animal control, recreation programs, scrap iron sales, state tax collection fees, and recording fees. Licenses and permits generated $797,000, or 5.7%, from business licenses, alcohol permits, building permits, sewer inspections, zoning and subdivision permits, and marriage and pistol license. Fines and forfeitures contributed $915,000, or 6.5%, from Superior State and Magistrate Courts, clerk of court fees, victim assistance, and drug abuse court fines. Intergovernmental revenues totaled $2.25 million, making up 15.9% of total revenue. These funds come from local, state, and federal sources, including the real estate transfer tax, Georgia Highway Safety and COPS grants, Performance Partnership Award, VOCA grants, Accountability Court grants, DOT reimbursements, FEMA, and Boost programs, as well as other various grants. Investment income added $114,000, or 0.8%, and contributions and donations accounted for $11,000, or 0.1%. Overall, revenue collections remain below target, but property tax receipts are expected to significantly improve in the next quarter. Monitoring these inflows will be critical to closing the overall gap. Employee salaries, benefits, and FICA taxes make up the largest share of the expenditures, 55%, or about $14.8 million. Purchases and contractual services account for 24.1%, roughly $7 million. This category includes radio and computer equipment, software, office equipment, maintenance, travel expenses, legal fees, dues and subscriptions, education and training costs, election expenses, telephone and postage services, and vehicle maintenance. Other costs represent 11.7%, or $3.4 million, and cover items such as park repairs, supply reimbursements, T-Splosh paving, and sidewalk reimbursements. Cigna flexible spending accounts, street lights, contributions to the Spalding Development Authority, airport operations, forestry services, public safety training center, archives, the health department, and the library. Supplies, including office and departmental supplies, utilities, uniforms, fuel, and small equipment, make up 6.7%, or $1.9 million. Debt service accounts for 2.5%, or $763,000, and includes principal and interest payments on enterprise vehicles, Noresco capital lease, and other capital leases for equipment such as the track loaders, skid steers, graders, backhoes, as well as excavators. Finally, capital outlay represents 0.5%, or $135,000, for the items like playground materials, walking trails, master park plan, vehicles, and machinery for public works and parks and recreation. Overall, expenditures are tracking close to projections. Apart from encumbrances for major capital purchases like fire trucks, these are strategic investments and were anticipated in the budget. Our truest operating account began November with $13.1 million and ended the month proving our ability to stay financially strong and resilient. Across all accounts, we currently hold $41.27 million in cumulative assets, which reflects effective cash flow management and strategic timing of revenue inflows. While we're currently operating at a deficit, this is in line with historical trends, and we're well positioned for a strong rebound. Our financial foundation remains solid, and we anticipate significant revenue growth in the months ahead. Thank you for your attention, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Motion to accept financial.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank y'all. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Item number 5, citizen comments. Speakers must sign up prior to the meeting and provide their names, addresses, and the topic they wish to discuss. Speakers must direct your remarks to the board and not to individual members or the audience. Personal disagreements with individual members or county employees are not a matter of public concern, and personal attacks will not be tolerated. The chairman has the right to limit your comments in the interest of disposing of the county's business in an efficient and respectful manner. Speakers will be allocated 3 minutes to speak on their chosen topics as they relate to matters pertaining to the jurisdiction of the Board of Commissioners. No questions will be asked by any of the members during citizen comments. Outbursts from the audience will not be tolerated. Common courtesy and civility are expected at all times during the meeting. No speaker will be permitted to speak more than 3 minutes or more than once unless the board votes to suspend the rule. Dr. Ledbetter, do we have people who have signed up for this evening?
Yes, sir, we do. Ms. Carrie Gebler, if you would please step forward, state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Carrie Gebler, 646 MacArthur Drive. Another person has been harassed by animal control for dogs that showed up as strays because animal control won't pick up strays. And then when people have hearts because they care, they feed and vet the dogs that they didn't ask for. And the county tells them to get rid of the extra animals or they're going to get a citation. I don't really understand the sense of that. The reporting of the shelter that we keep seeing on Facebook and y'all keep talking about in here, the shelter takes up 0.001%. That's 1/1000% of area in the Spalding County. I'm going to keep hammering that home because there's 999 thousandths of the area in Spalding County that nobody seems to give a crap about the dogs or the cats. We need to do something about the stray animal population now. Waiting and waiting for adoptions and rescue for dogs that are highly unadoptable is not going to fix the problem that we have. How many more animals have to be injured or killed before y'all wake up about all this? I know you get tired of hearing about how other counties do things, but the fact of the matter is, you guys go to other counties for ideas. Y'all go to retreats and speak to other members of other government bodies how you're supposed to do things or how they're doing things or get good ideas. I would suggest that you guys do that with other counties. In Henry County, they want all stray animals brought to the shelter so that they're not a problem on the street. We need to be doing that. Citizens should not have to be funding and paying for animal control issues that our county taxes are supposed to pay for. I just don't understand the constant defense of somebody who's not doing a good job. I really, truly don't get it. I don't know what the solution is other than something needs to start now, and it needs to be getting the stray animals off the street. It's not okay for citizens who pay taxes to also have to take care of these stray animals that the shelter absolutely doesn't seem to give a damn about.
Thank you, Ms. Kepler.
William Hughes.
is William Hughes, and I've been in this county 25 years. This county's been awesome.
Address, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, 254 Main Street.
Maybe your phone's doing that.
Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's doing that.
It's
I just
electromagnetic.
wanna keep track of my time. So thankful. Came in for a teacher's position. Met my wife. She was the crossing guard. Been a foster parent here. I unofficially still take care of children with DFACS's knowledge. The county's just been awesome. Very happy to have this opportunity to speak. The 16 years I've been in this county operating Hughes Family Movers, it's been a wonderful county to do business with. We have completed over 9,000 moves. It's
thank you.
not an exaggeration. The Public Service Commission makes me track all of our moves. Let's see, Sun City's been a big help with that too. I kind of want to, well, let me just throw this out. I was real happy we had a prayer. The Bible strongly supports compassion, care, stewardship for animals. I'm one of those folks where I've spent $9,000, not even including food, on spay, neuter, vaccines, flea and tick. I just wanted 1 or 2 dogs, but they show up. And one of them even got kind of dumped on me by, one of the kids I take care of. The mom's like, oh, I found this dog. And I also have children that are in my house that are attached to these animals. I'm up to 5 dogs and 5 cats. None that I went out to go get. And spayed, neutered, they're all in good shape. But the problem came up a couple weeks ago where roaming dogs are taunting my dogs in a fenced yard, and somehow my big, crazy, muscly dog got through the fence. And so I have a roaming ticket. And I'm not saying that's wrong. I mean, I need to keep the dogs in the fence. We're going to do something special with him. But a very unpleasant experience with animal control where I was told you have to destroy or rehome all of them except for 2. And the rule is 4, so I don't know why he's telling me 2. But I was told I'm going to get a roaming ticket if one of the cats leaves my yard. There's no way. I mean, so it's just a problem. I just wanted to come up and state that and say there's a problem. And I do know that there are counties that will have thrift stores that have supported these new shelters that are not the little cages, but they have a big open area, and the dogs stay more adoptable because you tend to get dogs that are crazy when they're in the little cage for a year. So just so hopeful. And my new mission is, it might take me 10 years, but if the county doesn't do it, I'll start a thrift store so I can support something like these new ideas are with the new containment systems and way to keep dogs until hopefully you can find a shelter, a new home. Because killing them would kill my kids, and just, it's just rough. It's a rough situation. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, William. Next.
Daryl Johnson.
I apologize. I mistakenly signed up following protocol for the other meetings we've had before. But while I'm here, I just want to make sure that I make this point, that we did make some edits.
Name and address, Mr.
Daryl Johnson, Douglasville, Georgia, 30122. So, yeah, I just wanted, while I'm here, I just wanted to make mention of the fact that we did go back, make edits to the application that we had before to omit the variance need that we were asking for at one point. Everything is within that development area. And so I think that we have addressed all of the concerns, and we humbly ask that you guys vote in favor for us tonight. We're ready to just clean that property right up. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Calvin Harriday.
Calvin Harriday, 2456 Locust Grove Road. I'm one of the people who live across from the potential event center that is going to be on Locust Grove Road. So I wanted to come in and let you guys know that I am in favor and support of that event center. We are directly across from that property, and every day we have to look at those dilapidated buildings and everything that's going on over there. And for anything that wants to go in there and have a positive impact on our neighborhood, I'm all in favor for. Right now, it's just a junk pile, and it could lead to further degradation of the neighborhood if someone wasn't to come in there and do something about it. You know, empty buildings, unsafe conditions could lead to transient people moving in without someone watching over it. So if anyone wants to come in and do something positive with that area, we're all for it. We've heard some of the negative things that could happen with that property. Being directly across from it and open field to that, I don't think it's gonna be that big of an issue if we're talking noise, traffic. It's stuff that we deal with every day, and from what is supposed to be going up there, it's not gonna be much of a hindrance. And again, I am directly across the street. I look right at it. I have nothing that blocks my view, my sound, any of that, and I don't see what the problem would be. So just wanted to come in and let you guys know that there are people that are in favor of growth in the neighborhood.
Mr. Harriday, would you mind terribly giving your address?
2456 Locust Grove.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nadine Trowbridge.
Nadine Throwbridge, 2456 Locust Grove Road. As my husband said, we look at this bunch of dilapidated buildings every day. If they come and do something pretty with it, we're, game for it. So that's just all I wanted to say. So we support the event center.
Okay, thank you.
Michael Renew.
Michael Renew, 500 Airdrum Way, Griffin, Georgia. As I said last meeting, and I heard again this meeting, Henry County's been brought up. Henry County has a fine animal control for Henry County. They have much, much, much more money in the budget than we do for ours. Their facility, they bring in dogs every day, every week. They put down dogs every week. I see them post frequently. They still have a stray problem in Henry County. As I said last time, we can't kill our way out of our stray problem. And the best way is through spade and neuter programs, and those are trying to be put together. I know that the commissioners and the county manager has been working on new plans, new ideas for the shelter starting in 2026. Don't know what they are yet, but I did have a discussion with our county manager. He said they are coming and expect them. So I'm looking forward to those changes. I may not like all of them, don't know what they are, but hopefully they're all good changes. Just some good numbers. The shelter to date has taken in 792 animals. The majority of those were strays, 566 so far that were strays. Through adoption, rescue, owner returns, foster, we have managed to save 573 animals so far this year. Wow. There were, I don't know, lots of, in the last couple of weeks since I've gotten this, so maybe another 14, 15 animals have been saved. And we should be close, if not past 600 animals saved this year. But that's not 792 animals saved. So we still, animals, some were euthanized, some died, some were brought in and had to be put down because of injuries or whatnot. So we have a lot of opinions going around about how the shelter should be run. That's what they are, opinions. Y'all have the final say. We can share our commitments and our ideas to you. And this year's been a long year for the animal shelter and for the commissioners. So I'm hoping that next year starts off better. Everybody gives them time for the new rules to take place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Renew.
Mr. Chairman, that's all who have signed up for public speaking this evening.
Thank you for those that came forth and spoke. Item number 6, minutes. Consider the approval of minutes from the Board of Commissioners regular meeting on December 1st, 2025, and approval of minutes for the November 20th, 2025 Board of Commissioners executive session. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries. Item number 7, consent agenda. The 2026 alcohol renewal. Consider approval of the following 2026 alcohol renewal for retail sales or beer and wine for the following. 7051 Noonan Road, Brooks, Georgia 30205, Yahard for Coles Connor. New ownership, no violations.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries. Item 8, zoning. Application 25-14S, in-house real estate, LLC, owner 2547 Locust Grove Road, parcel number 209010338D, and 2545 Locust Grove Road, parcel 209010338C, located in land lot 76 of the Second Land District, consisting of approximately 34.3 combined acres. The applicant is requesting a special exception for rural event center. Mr. Allen.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So even though we had some people comment in the general comment section tonight, which is fine, there is no specific public hearing for this because this was heard on November 20th. Updated since the last meeting, as was discussed during that meeting, especially regarding at that time, the proposed variance for the 200-foot perimeter setback required for event centers. The engineer that you heard from tonight has reorganized the plan and the layout of the proposed buildings on the property. You do have that in your staff report here, the most up to date, which shows all the buildings within the 200-foot perimeter setback. Therefore, the need for the variance from before is null and void, and all the site requirements have been met for this project for event centers. We heard the last time a couple of people opposed. We've also heard from a couple people before. I've given you her petition she had, which was some people along Locust Grove Road and other people as well from all parts of the county that were in favor of it and signed her petition. So staff's recommendation is still approval for this.
And the same thing when Planning Commission got it, they recommended approval also.
Yes, sir, they did.
Okay.
I did not, I saw I guess a signature sheet or petition or something, but I only saw 2 names and addresses. Is there another list in there?
There was several sheets that should have been in there. There's the first sheet that you're talking about. Yes, that had 2 signatures. And there was another sheet that had close to 10 signatures on it that should have been in your packet as well. Right, it's on the online packet there.
I see Carl Strawberry, Locust Grove Road, and Aziza Goodman.
Yes. Yeah, there should be a page.
Okay,
Yeah.
I see now. So the reason I wanted to make sure I looked at this, because, yeah, not, a few of these people live on Locust Grove Road.
Lynn, can you talk close to the
Yeah,
microphone?
a
I'm
few
sorry.
of these people live on Locust Grove Road. And the first couple that spoke, both of them were, first two individuals that spoke, they were both from the house across the street, which their house sits pretty good far back from the road. I was wanting to see this other list because there's a subdivision behind the north side of there. And as I count on Q Public, there's about 20 houses there. Now, my initial concern was that they were asking for a special exception, which since that is not needed anymore, clearly that meets our requirements. I just want to make sure, since everything has been met, that we understand that if this is an event center, that this is this supposed to be an outdoor event center?
It's primarily indoor. Now, there may be some spillover from the two buildings you have on there where the events are mainly held. There will likely be some spillover of I assume the reception part of that, but the ceremonies, as I understand them, are primarily inside those buildings they're gonna build.
So my expectation would be the same expectation that we have for,
Mystic Acres.
Mystic Acres or any other facility that is an event place. That, yes, we know that sound is gonna be inside and you can get something opening and closing. But just with the understanding that if, this is not considered an outside venue. You can have stuff outside, but if you have any amplification, you have to get a permit. And that's the same in Mystic Acres. If they wanted to do something outside, they would have to come for. So yeah, I mean, the stream bed looks like it's covered. I see that the piece of property, either it's been taken out that was supposed to have the two houses on it, or has it been separated? Because it doesn't, the changes don't address that.
Originally, there was 3 out parcels at the front. They took one of those out to accommodate the revised layout and to accommodate that 200-foot setback.
So my only concern would be going down the road, unless they build those houses first, which it still would be the same thing, is that once those houses are being built, they're not gonna have a 200-foot setback, are they?
They would not, well,
So then those houses may not be able to
yes,
get
actually they
built?
would, because
I wish we had a picture.
Yeah, where's the,
it's on there.
because last time it wasn't so much the event center that was the issue, it was the variance for the distance from the event center to residential parcels, so.
We can scroll to that. The overall, like I said, there used to be 3, and now there's one at the top, one at the bottom. So the property line between the event center property and the, say, lot 1 here is actually what the 200-foot setback comes off of. So yes, they
So
would
there
have,
would be a 200-foot setback adjacent to that
yes,
piece of
that
property.
house lot, yes,
Okay,
So, so this complies without needing a variance.
correct, yes. Variance is gone now.
I think they met
Do,
everything.
do event centers or any kind of commercial property in that general scope, they don't need, amplification permits or what, like they can make noise during the day, right? They
So
would
they
need
will go-
amplification permits if you're using like a speaker and a microphone and a speaker.
If they're outside,
Right, right.
but
what I'm
inside,
talking
they
about.
can make as much noise as they want to.
So just like the rules we came up with when we had the whole Mystic Acres discussion recently, they will abide by those same new regulations we came up with for approved event centers, if this is approved. Where they'll have to, if it's discernible from the property line, and if they're in violation for so many times, you have to go back to asking for amp permits from this board on a 12-month basis or whatever, but those same rules that y'all approved about a month ago, they would apply to this, just as it does Mystic Acres.
Can I ask one more question? So when this announcement for this hearing or for the planning commission went out, that subdivision that's behind there, did they get a notice on those streets that
Yeah.
that this zoning was coming up?
Yes, ma'am, all the adjacent properties to this property get a notice.
All right, then I'm fine with that.
All the adjacent properties.
Right, not the entire subdivision, everyone that's touching this,
That's
which
touching that. It's about
includes some
12
of those lots,
lots,
but
yeah.
not every single lot in the subdivision.
Okay, there's a couple folks that go to church with me that, when we didn't vote for this last time, came and thanked me for not doing so. Like, there's plenty of people that are against this subdivision.
So you
I
have
mean,
the
that this-
standard, the postcards that go out to adjacent properties, you have the sign out there, the yellow sign, and the newspaper ad, so.
Yeah.
So what's the rule with the 200-foot setback? What is it 200 foot from the building or the property line, or what's the?
Yes, from all the, it's setback, as you'll see on there, the red dashed line is the 200 feet away from the bold perimeter red line, which is the property.
Yep, they fully covered.
All right, hold on. So my question is, the 200-foot setback is measured from where to where?
It's measured from the outer overall property line of the entire property in 200 feet.
So I'm just looking for the definition. I'm sorry, so that we can start on the same page. So there's a 200-foot setback requirement for event centers. Is
Yes.
that measured from the building that the event center is, or is it measured from the event center lot to the neighboring lots?
Measured from the boundary line shared between the event center lot and neighboring lots and everything. If you go in 200 feet from that shared line, everything would have to be contained within that zone.
So any kind of event center activities have to be within that zone, 200 foot away from
Their property line.
property lines of
The
residential.
structures and paving, yes, sir. And now if a person strays out of that, they're not gonna know they strayed out, but the structures
But like,
carrying the events.
see the corner up there next to like lot 1, where there's, right now there's a bunch of old junk buildings. They couldn't go over there and have a rodeo.
No,
They could do that sort of in the bushes over here, right? Just north of the stream, right? Because that's 200 foot away,
No.
right? You see that dotted line? Isn't that dotted line 200 foot?
all event activities like a rodeo, anything like that on the open fields, which this really doesn't have, but anyway, for the sake of argument, would have to be all contained within that red dash line.
The red dash line.
Cannot be outside of that.
And the red dash line is measured, that's the 200 foot away from the nearest.
Yes, the shared
Residential
property boundary between them and the adjacent properties.
So all event center activities have to take place inside that red dotted line.
Yes.
Okay.
You good? Okay. Any comments for questions for down there?
And this works without the variance because we've taken off the lot, what was the lot 2, right?
Yes, lot 1 and 2 were above it there, so the one lot struck out, so you have the one lot on top, and then the lot there, which is now labeled lot 2 on the bottom.
Okay, that checks out.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make, if there are no other comments, make a motion to approve application 25-14S.
I second.
All right,
Yeah, one more
I
question.
have a motion and a second. Questions?
What kind of events are we having?
Mostly weddings, some, like business meeting retreats.
corporate events and
those kind of
weddings and
things. Not so much the kids' birthday parties and livestock and rodeos and,
Yeah.
yeah.
Now that we'd be in favor of, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion?
Thank y'all for working with us on it.
Yeah.
Doing everything we asked. Thank
We
you.
want this good for the long term, right?
And there was one listed condition that the dwelling on the parcel be for caretaker owner use only, not used as a rental unit. So,
Okay.
And that condition was included
So
in your
my
motion, right?
motion would be to approve with the condition as provided by the planning commission.
And I re-second that.
All right. I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries.
Merry Christmas, Joe.
Merry Christmas.
All right. Item number,
This one's back because we tabled it last time specifically to this meeting, right?
yes.
yes. Item 2,
John here?
application 2527Z, John Shepherd, owner, 121 and 123 Oak Avenue, parcels 142-03010 and 142-03009, both located in land lot 140 of the Second Land District, consisting of approximately 0.38 and 0.41 acres respectively. The applicant is requesting to rezone from R1, Single Family Resident, to PDD, Planned Development District, for expansion of a storage yard for an existing business on an adjacent lot. Director?
So this was held over from November 20th as well. However, last week, I believe it was, the applicant formally withdrew this application, so it's not being considered tonight.
Okay. Item number 3, consideration of final plat for Sun City Peachtree Pod 26A, Phase 1. Mr. Allen?
Yes, sir. So this does not require any public hearings. As you know, Sun City Peachtree is comprised of about over 20 pods where the development is concentrated. I think we're, Dr. Ledbetter, about halfway through the pods, roughly? About 60%, something like that. So Pod 26A, which is Phase 1 of Pod 26, which is kind of complicated, it's 93 lots. It has had its utility as-built conditionally approved by the Water Authority and also Croy Engineering, our engineer. The various final plat comments that I had from my department have also been addressed. So this is just the final plat. The street dedication step is a separate step from the final plat approval. That'll come later when everything's finished on the streets. So this is just the final plat for this one, as well as Pod 18 you'll have on the next item.
Ravinia I get, Porcupine I get, Miscanthus?
Names are crazy out there.
That's a plant.
Is that a plant? That's a plant? Okay.
We have plants, we have animals. All right, do I have motion to approve?
Motion approved, Pod 26A.
I have a second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Miscanthus?
All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0. Item number 4, consideration of the final plat for Sun City Peachtree Pod 18. Mr. Allen?
Okay, Pod 18, just for your general reference, has, hold on here, 33 lots. The as-bills have also been approved by the Water Authority in Croy, and my final plat comments have been addressed as well.
Mr. Chairman, motion to approve the final plat for Sun City Peachtree Pod 18.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
A second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
They pull these road names out of a hat?
We're good. All right. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0. Motion carries. Item number 5, public hearing. Application 25-16S, Brother Godra LLC, owner, Haman Towers LLC, agent, 3430 North McDonough Road, parcel 201-01001G, located in land lot 147 of the Second Land District, consisting of 2 acres. The applicant is seeking a special exception to place a cell tower on the property. Mr. Allen?
Motion to go into public hearing.
Oh, yep, excuse me.
You did.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. We're in public hearing. Anybody sign up for a public hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, take your time.
Did you want to have an overview?
Yeah, that's right. Mr. Allen, would you give us an overview as we're getting ready to bring people to speak?
So this is a proposed cell tower on the property where the liquor store is right now at 3430 North McDonough Road, right at the Henry County, Spalding County line.
Okay, did we see this before?
Not yet.
Okay.
Planning Commission has, you have not.
All right, Dr. Ledbetter?
Chip Flowers, if you would, please step forward, state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Chip Flowers. I live at 4519 Abbey Lane, Gainesville, Georgia. And I'm here to, represent Harmony and T-Mobile for this new tower that they're proposing. I do have a PowerPoint to kind of show you guys a little bit about what we're doing, and the coverage of the area, stuff like that. Is there a controller or? Right. So, just want to kind of address some of the items like that were mentioned, like the pros and cons of this. So, we meet the ordinance, it looks like pretty much everywhere we were supposed to meet it as, my understanding. I think the biggest question that was brought up was the guidelines and requirements, trying to limit the amount of towers in Spalding County. So I wanted, and this right here shows all the towers in the area, okay? So when you look at the towers that were located in Henry County, which is the T-Mobile Crown Castle #1, T-Mobile's already on that tower. And when you go to the City Switch Tower, that's into the northeast corner of the map, it sits right next to a T-Mobile owned tower, so we cannot co-locate. There's no reason to co-locate because the propagation from that existing tower is going to be almost identical to what we're already propagating. So we proposed, we needed to cover the area around those neighborhoods right there in Grayson Parks and in the future neighborhood, Talladge Village area, and where it's all that growth that's coming into that area. So that's where we proposed that tower at. When you go down below our proposed site, you see 5280 LLC. That tower does not exist. It was never built. I don't know if it was ever even zoned to be built. It was from 2013. So we know the new tower for Verizon came in on Gardner Road, and we know that there's a Crown Castle Tower to the south of us. So,
Is that in Spalding County,
which one?
where the new tower?
Yeah, it's right there on that line. There's next to, there's a liquor store right there.
That was the one that was
on the
approved
property.
earlier in 2025 at 104 Gaynor Road.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm understanding it's not been constructed.
Not yet.
Anything like that. So, so we flip over to page 4, just kind of give you this is the current propagation of the area for T-Mobile. And I pointed out in the bottom left corner where the Crown Castle Tower is, T-Mobile's already got coverage right there in that area. You can see the yellow is the in-vehicle coverage, and the green is the in-building coverage. So homes there can have access to their phones inside their homes for E911 services, things like that. And the same thing for the vehicles that's in the yellow. And you can see where the Verizon tower sits. It's surrounded by a bunch of wetlands and things like that. Not a lot of homes generally in that area. So, and you can still see where we're proposed at the top. You can see the propagation from the current towers that T-Mobile's located on right now that are up there in Henry County as well. So on the next page, page 5, this is with the new tower. This is the new propagation of the area. We reach all the way south with in-vehicle coverage down to where the new Verizon tower is, but we don't have in-building there. So what it means is eventually T-Mobile will need to utilize that southern tower, that new Verizon tower at some point when they deem it appropriate based off homes and population in that area. So it's not going to be a tower that's excluded, never to be built on. It just currently doesn't meet the strategic needs of what T-Mobile sees as far as addressing residents, in-building, and in-vehicle coverage. But it does provide in-vehicle coverage to a more broad area. But at some point, the Verizon tower will most likely get utilized in order to complete the green, the in-building coverage in the area. So even if we co-located on the Verizon tower, we wouldn't have the coverage in the north to where we got our tower proposed. So you would only have in-vehicle coverage up there, and that wouldn't address the residents and in-building coverage and stuff like that they need in that area currently. So we're not trying to build multiple towers everywhere. What we're trying to do is be strategic about where we place our towers, and we can still utilize towers that are existing or can be used in the future as we see that we have a need in that area for it. So that's where the Crown Castle Tower in the south or the Verizon Tower will come into play in the future. Those are going to still be needed towers for the network. Do y'all have any questions? concerns.
Do we have anybody else on the public hearing?
No, sir.
Okay. Any questions for him? We'll close the public hearing then.
Yeah, I wanna know what it's supposed to look like. Is it gonna look like a tree?
No, the ordinance didn't call us to stealth it, so we followed the ordinance to a T. If the ordinance requires a stealth structure, then we generally do the stealth structure. It's just gonna be a 150-foot monopole sitting on, close to some woods. It's got transmission towers and stuff like that in the background, so.
Okay, that's just on the backside of a subdivision though, right? You're talking about behind the liquor store.
Behind the liquor store, right on the.
It's gonna be sitting
line.
beside the liquor store, yeah, on the south side of the liquor store.
On the south side of the liquor store.
Yeah, I believe the south side.
That's really good for the Wilson Farms
Yeah,
project.
yeah,
But,
yeah.
and the other side for, the Henry County community up there.
So, help me out. How long is 150 feet? Is that a football field?
No, no.
Half a football field.
Football fields are 300 feet.
Because that's a pretty high point right there. And, you know, just to be another pole sticking up, and I'm just very concerned about the aesthetics of, since there is going to be a village node that's gonna be built there, I would not want that to be an eyesore, cause it's clearly gonna be visible. So, I would like for it to have some kind of camouflage.
That wasn't required by the ordinance.
Well, I know it, but we can ask for stuff. I mean, if you don't wanna do it, that's on you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Chip? Do I have a motion to come out of public hearing?
Motion to come out of public hearing.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0. We're out of public hearing. All right, David?
Okay, thank you. So my, planning commission looked at this, back on November 25th, I'm sorry. There was no action on it. It was like a tie vote. Once again, a lot of my pros and cons I have outlined here in the staff report. A lot of it has to do with the cons, with the aesthetics, as Commissioner Gwen Flowers-Taylor was talking about. There is a possibility, I don't have a study in front of me, but there is a possibility of the nearby power lines could possibly disrupt the cell service as well. We just approved the one for Gaynor Road, like less than 2 miles away. So I'm just kind of concerned, as Commissioner Flowers-Taylor's was, about another pole, and then if you build out, north to Aliga, and you got Grayson Park there, then are we gonna need another one on top of that? So many of my concerns were based on the aesthetics. I do mention the Heron Bay Community Gateway there. Some other things about the aesthetics as far as that's concerned. You did get a email, of course, from Mr. Galloway this afternoon that there is, as far as cell towers are concerned, if you deny an application, has to be supported by substantial evidence, and a written basis for the denial is required. So based on that, we need to, if you're going to deny it, there needs to be some substantial evidence.
Correct, there needs to be substantial evidence. As an example, excuse me, back before my time, there was a similar situation here, and the tower was denied. The substantial evidence used to support that was there was already sufficient coverage in the area, which, from looking at the presentation here, is not the case on this application.
So anybody can make a chart. If all I'm saying is that I agree, I understand that people need it, but if there's gonna be one there, it doesn't need to look like one. And if they can't do that, then we can vote to deny. But at the end of the day, if they come back, it's still gonna be the same thing.
So if it is denied, we would have to draft, again, a written denial, and then that would also be appealable to the United States District Court. So again, these are FCC regulations that supersede county zoning.
Right, we're not saying that we're gonna deny it. I'm saying that it needs some extra on it. Okay,
Why
there's no
doesn't-
rule that says that we can't have, whenever anybody gets a zoning or anything from us, we have the option to ask for something in addition to whatever it is in the approval.
Why doesn't our current, rule require it to be camouflaged, or what was the word you used? Stealthed. That's a fancier word. Stealthed.
There's multiple types of stealthing.
Oh, yeah?
There's a lot of different ways to stealth a tower. A lot of people talk about monopines. Problem with monopines is they become ugly every time. It's hard to maintain them. Every time you touch that tower, the limbs fall off. All that stuff is extremely expensive. Like in Florida, they make us use what's called a unipole, where you put all the antennas inside this one pole. Looks like a flagpole. The only problem with it, 5G equipment doesn't fit it. There's too much equipment that revolves around 5G. So every time we do a stealthing, it reduces what we can actually put on that tower. Because if you do a pine tree, it's going to kind of slope up, so you can't go as high. So generally, those structures have to be built a little bit higher in order to put the antennas further down inside the tree itself to try to hide it. But you can see multiple examples around Atlanta where there were pine trees, and now it's just a
Now
bunch
they're
of
ugly.
metal limbs, and it's just hanging there. I mean, in this case, you got transmission towers that are sitting right behind it in the background of this, and I mean, we can stealth it, but I mean, I say that it's up to T-Mobile to do it, but it's, it'll become a business decision for them at that point, I guess. I mean, it just adds a lot more cost and a lot more complexity. Again, 5G signals don't shoot well through vegetation, through buildings and things like that. And that's why you see the densifying the network with macro towers going on, and then using small cell on a smaller scale to help densify certain areas where they can't get a signal into, but it doesn't fix your macro issue. You still gotta have those macro towers in order to have small cell function like it's supposed to. So, but it's used in denser areas like Atlanta, intersections, things like that, not neighborhoods and stuff like that where all your utilities are underground, so.
Not feeling it. Y'all
In
want
my
me to make a
opinion,
motion?
when the board approved all those houses with my no vote, it and had to anticipate that you're gonna need more cell coverage. I mean, it's the same thing. Hey, you just approved 1,700 new homes. That means you're also planning on more schools and planning on more fire stations and so to come now and act surprised that the infrastructure for what you've already approved is coming in seems.
That's why we got the one on Gaynor Road. It's just right down the street. But
But it hasn't been built yet, though, right?
Not yet.
And you don't know when or if this one would ever come up. But the point of the matter is, if it doesn't come up in the next 5 years, or if it doesn't come up in the next 10 years, there will be 1,000 new houses on both sides of the street there. And I'd rather someone to say 20 years from now, "Ooh, that tower looking like a tree sure is ugly," because yeah, it'll be 20 years old. But the people that live in that neighborhood will not see that ugly piece of metal sticking up. So, if y'all let me make the motion, it ain't gonna be what y'all want. Because my motion is gonna be that approve it with it, but it has to be stealth. Now, they don't gotta do it if they don't want to, but I think that we should be aware of the fact that we have a community.
Well,
I mean, we wouldn't put one up in the middle right next to Sun City.
I think they also could potentially come back and sue us for saying that's not required, and all of a sudden you're required.
Anybody can sue us for anything. I mean, if they don't wanna do
That's
it, they
true.
don't have to do it. We tell people to put a sidewalk in front of their development. They don't have to do it, but we tell them they need to do it. So, I mean, we haven't had one of these since Gaynor Road, but my understanding was that with Gaynor Road, part of that whole discussion was because we anticipated all of this housing coming in on both sides of the street. So yes, this would create some connectivity, but we're talking about down the road. So I'm not prepared to commit yet. Not for just a piece of metal sticking up out of the ground on top of that.
I agree with Gwen. I think we got to have a standard set.
I definitely think we should change our ordinance. Right?
I agree, it needs to be changed, need to be updated. we're asking for it, and we put the houses up there, or the houses going up there, and they're gonna need it. It's like on my side of the county, try to call me when I'm at home, you won't get me. I mean, on the northeast and northwest side, I mean, we're in dead zones, and I mean, that, again, that's a safe.
But if they were doing it over by your house, I wouldn't say anything because there's no houses. What you're talking about, no, I'm saying because you're not densely
Yeah.
populated like what we've anticipated up on this other end. I mean, there's nothing east of 19 and 41 that has a massive number of houses that we're talking about in that area. So it's a little bit different.
So the trees will be good with you?
Yeah.
All right, make a motion, Quinn.
I'll second it.
Okay, I will make a motion to approve application 25-6S, Brother Gothra for, owner Harmony Towers LLC agent, 3430 North McDonough Road, parcel 201-01001G, located in land lot 147 of the Second Land District, consisting of 2 acres. The applicant is seeking a special exception to place a cell tower on the property. My motion is to approve this with the requirement that the tower be stealth. What did I call it? Camouflage? That's my word.
Stealth.
Chip, what's your word?
Stealth.
Okay, stealth. Thank you.
All right, and I second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5. Motion carries. All right. Yes, please. Item number 7.
Item number 7, public hearing, application 2519S, Family Worship Center Ministries Incorporated, owner 1160 County Line Road, parcel 228-03049, located in land lot 217 of the Second Land District, consisting of 5.08 acres. The applicant is seeking a special exception to have weekly church service and Bible study on the property.
All right, do I have a motion to go into public hearing?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0. While you're getting ready to get somebody up here, David.
So this is an existing home on County Line Road. Family Worship Center Ministries bought it earlier this year, and they're seeking to have it as just said, a place for weekly church services and a Bible study.
In a private residence.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It'll be converted pretty much to the church, used as a church.
Is it not a better way to do this to change the zoning to church or something? Is that not a thing?
I mean, it's allowed in AR1 as a special exception. It doesn't need to
turn it
be
into church or whatever.
right. It doesn't need to be a
change.
Office institutional type zoning, because if it ever came to pass, I'm not wishing it on them, but if it wasn't a church in 2 years, it could still go back to being a house. So.
All right, so let me make sure I got this. Is this gonna be a private residence? They're gonna run services in, and then people will walk out, and the private residence will continue to be a private residence the next week?
Will it still
They-
be a house?
No, sir. They had talked
just
about
a
it
church.
possibly being part of a parsonage for the pastor, but not a private residence for just a random citizen. This would be totally affiliated with the church.
Okay, big difference to me. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have anybody who signed up?
We do, yes, sir.
Me too.
Michael Bew.
I'm Michael Bew. I reside at 1160 County Line Road. I also am one of the ministers of the church as well. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, thank you.
I apologize. My name is Michael Bew. I reside temporarily at the residence at 1160 County Line Road, and I'm one of the ministers residing in the parsonage/church that we want to hold services in. Our church has been in existence for over 100 years. We sold the existing building before COVID, and when COVID hit, it was hard to keep everybody together. So what we're trying to do is re-kickstart the congregation back into a congregation so that we can continue on and have a small community church. And so we're just asking that the board would allow us to do this for such a time as now. And so we just beg that you guys would just allow us to do this. Thank you.
Okay,
Charles Fisher.
religious stuff is always.
Easiest for me.
I'm Charles Fisher. I live at 1451 Birdie Road, Griffin, Georgia. Like Michael was saying, the church is a little over 100 years old, and that's been right here in Griffin. We sold our church on Church Street in East Griffin, and we, well, to be honest with you, it was a rough neighborhood, but it used to be all mill workers. And, but anyway, we sold it and, bought this piece of property. And, but the church is, wants to help the community. It don't want to, bring the community down. We want to uplift the community if we can. And my plea with y'all, if y'all would just, grant us this exemption to have our church. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles.
Mr. Chairman, that's all who have signed up for this application.
Motion to come out of public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, we're out of public hearing.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Hold it. David.
Okay. Just to clarify, this is on a good day, a good church day, you have like 20 people max. I mean, we're talking a small congregation, 15 to 20. Okay. So we're not talking, First Assembly here or anything. Right. Okay.
Okay.
So, Planning Commission had recommended it, and as did I did have 3 approval conditions. Number 1, building is to be inspected for fire safety for conversion from a residence to a institutional use / place of gathering. Number 2, changes to site must ensure that no disturbance is made to the wetlands to the west of the property, i.e. addition of impervious surfaces. And number 3, per section 503, B1G above, any expansion or modification of the building shall be subject to additional parking requirements.
You all are good with all those? Okay. Just wanted to make sure. All right. Do I have a motion?
Discussion? Yeah, well, I've already made my motion.
Okay.
Okay, he made a motion, I made a second. For
I'm
the
sorry.
purpose, I got a question.
Okay.
Is this, I looked up on Q Public, 1160 County Line Road, and I got 2 different things. Is this a brick house, or is this this look like, the other house that I looked like a ranch house. So which is it?
This is a ranch. Let me look at the picture here. Yeah, it's got the, actually it's got siding on it, and
So it's got like, on the left side of that picture, it's got like an addition back on the
yeah, it's
back
actually a
side.
garage on the back, a 3-car garage on the back.
Okay, so that's the one. So where will what's in the back of that?
Garage.
That's the garage.
No, I'm saying on this, what is that?
That looks like concrete, like a driveway kind of.
Yeah. If you look on this picture here, it shows the side of it, and the concrete
And that's a
goes to that.
driveway?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so no one will be residing in this building. This is the church building. Am I trying to understand this
Yeah.
correctly?
Maybe the pastor as a parsonage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it is the parsonage, or this is the church? That's what I'm just trying
It's
to.
technically a parsonage, but we're wanting to hold services in it, so we can kickstart the congregation. And, I'm temporarily staying there. I'm not the pastor, I'm just one of the ministers of the church.
So if it's a parsonage, since it used to be residential, does it have to be rezoned to be a parsonage?
No, ma'am, if you look at the special exception wording in AR1, it covers all those related.
Related to religious activity?
Right, yes.
Okay, so yeah. So I mean, he doesn't need if it's a religious spot. He doesn't need our permission to have services there. If he wants to have them every day of the week, he
Correct.
can have them, right? 'Cause
There's
it's a piece
no,
of
there's
church
no
property.
restriction on the frequency, no.
Okay, all right, I get it now.
All right, now there's some,
Conditions.
Some
Conditions.
conditions,
yeah.
My motion did not have those conditions.
That's
okay.
Correct, it did not.
Do you want it to have those conditions?
I don't think that a church should have to come before us and ask. I think the federal constitution grants us citizens protection from our government stopping us from exercising our religion, or the free exercise of our religion. I don't think they should have to ask us. I don't think it's within our purview to be able to stop them from having this be used as a religious center, period.
So I rescind my second then, because I do want the conditions to be there, because there have been times while I've sat on this board that religious institutions have come here, and because no one babysat them, they did a bunch of stuff that they weren't supposed to do. And we didn't find out about it until they came to do some more stuff.
And that's what I wanted, I was gonna be the devil's advocate literally here.
Yeah, you,
When y'all coming in speaking, you made me feel a lot better about it, because I just see tax break. Somebody making a religious area, it's like, I got my 73 acres over there, I throw up a pavilion and say I'm gonna hold church service here once a month, then I can, pay no taxes on it. But y'all made me feel a lot better, thank y'all for coming in.
This is for a lot of people, it's all tax issue.
Yep.
All right, all right, Gwen, you're making, oh, excuse me.
He wanted to speak, if y'all.
I'm sorry,
Please, go
the
ahead.
public hearing is over.
Okay.
All right, did anybody else want to speak? All right, Gwen.
no, he has a motion on the floor. He
But
just
it's gonna
needs,
die for lack of a second.
Yeah.
Jumps up.
Okay,
okay, so if
somebody else gets
it,
to make a
if it
motion.
died, I will make a motion to approve application 2519S, to allow a special exception, to operate a parsonage at 1160 County Line Road with the stipulations, that staff and the planning commission required.
It should be a small-scale church, not a parsonage. A parsonage is officially the house where the pastor lives. That's the definition of a parsonage. They're
Right, but
asking
I'm
to
saying
use
you
it
can
as a
still
church.
have church in a parsonage. Because you can't have a church and someone reside in the church.
You can have it at Event Center.
They're asking for a small-scale church.
All right, so it officially reads this way.
They're not guaranteed rights to the Constitution.
go ahead, David.
Following principal uses are permitted as special exceptions in the AR1 districts: church, synagogue, chapel, or other place of religious worship, including educational building, parsonage, church-related nursery, or kindergarten.
Okay, what's the word you want me to say then?
Subject
Religious
to that
facility?
section, can you just provide the code section and subsection?
Yeah, that's.
Yes, 503B1.
Okay,
Subject to that code section.
so my motion is to approve that application, subject to section 503B1 of of our, ordinance for religious, organizations,
Okay,
With the conditions.
with
with the
condition.
conditions as stated by staff.
All right, I have a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion?
We've got a religious revival happening this year in our great country, and returning to the worship of Jesus Christ is the only thing that's going to save this country, period. And people can get mad at me for saying it, and I'm going to keep saying it, period. That's the only thing that's going to save this country, period.
Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries. Thank you all.
Thank y'all.
Thank y'all for coming.
Thank y'all for coming. Stop talking about East Griffin.
Okay,
May y'all be blessed with hundreds of parishioners.
You're actually number 9.
all right, read, please.
Number 9, public hearing, application 2528Z, Jack Gilbert, Sarah Gilbert et al., owners, rear portion of 1075 Amelia Road, parcel 2000104, located in land lot 148 of the Second Land District, consisting of 50 acres. The applicant is requesting to rezone from R2 single-family residential to VN Village Node for an extension of an approved master plan community.
Do I have a motion to go into public hearing?
Motion to go into public hearing.
Second. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, we're in public hearing. David?
So we all know this was approved, North Toalaga, back in March of this year. This is a proposal for the back portion of Mr. Gilbert's property, 50 acres, to expand the North Toalaga subdivision by about 145 lots just south of where it was approved. And we do have maps we will discuss in a minute, and Mr. Davison also has a presentation.
Okay, all right. Public hearing, anybody sign up?
Mr. Chair, no one has signed up to speak for this application.
Motion to come out of public.
So Mr. Davison came late, as applicant. Is
He's
it
the
okay
applicant.
if he speaks?
All right,
The applicant, he doesn't have to sign up.
all right. Mr. Davison, if you'd step forward and.
Or rescind my motion.
Welcome back.
Thank you. If you would please state your name and address for the record.
Sure, I'm Brian Davison of Minerva USA, 2292 Henderson Mill Road, Atlanta. And I'll just check to make sure this works. Great. I am here to request a rezoning to VN for 145 lots. As David said, it's the rear 50 acres out of 95 acres owned by Mr. Gilbert. They also own an additional 15 acres I'll show you that they live on. It's almost totally wrapped by the North Taoliga Master Plan Community, which was just recently zoned ZN, and the property has about 4 times the amount of open space required per the zoning. This will show you Mr. Gilbert's property. The current parcel of land is both the green and the blue together. And then Mr. Gilbert, who is here, his homestead is on roughly 15 acres, which you can see there as well. So this property has no frontage when it's severed off. It won't have any frontage on Amelia Road. They're retaining that part of the property with the lake on it. And then here you can see how it is essentially surrounded by the property that it was the Wilson family property that has been rezoned for the North Taoliga Village Node. There's a tiny bit of frontage on the bottom right that abuts property owned by Clyde Alexander, but basically it's about 95% surrounded by either the original Wilson tract or the remaining Gilbert parcel. You know your own zoning. Obviously, it's within the Sun City Heron Bay character area, which calls for density from 1 to 4 units per acre. This project will increase the total village node from 2.12 units per acre to about 2.17, so very minimal change. And there is the layout of it. It's designed to be accessed both from the west side and from the north, and just fits in. The right side property line is basically the ridge line on the Gilbert property. So from that, the east boundary of this parcel, everything flows to the west, and the Gilbert property, everything flows to the east. We sort of intentionally set the line there so that it would keep visual privacy for them, since they're going to continue to own the lake, and the storm drainage and everything will flow to the west rather than the east to his lake. And housing styles, again, same, tying in with the same architectural criteria that was, oops, sorry, bouncing around on here, that was approved as part of the village node zoning. You added a very significant amount of conditions to that. We talked to Mr. Allen, Mr. Galloway about the way to approach this, and the concept was to just add it to the the whole list of conditions, which have all kinds of design guidelines, everything from sidewalks and street trees and minimum house size, et cetera, et cetera. I think that the plan would be that should you vote to approve today, when it comes back for the second reading, Mr. Galloway would have and Mr. Allen would have the precise wording that you'd be voting on, but it basically just adds the parcel and makes it conditional to all the other terms from the original zoning. And that's basically it. Pretty straightforward. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
This would look just like the rest of that rest of your what you put in.
Yeah, correct.
2 years from now, people would drive and not know the difference, correct?
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
So Brian, that's 145 units in that area. Now, if I kind of remember, we kind of asked you to make sure that there were amenities in each area that was basically off to itself.
Sure.
I see something, I don't know if that's just some trees, and then I see a park at the very bottom, which is, you know, on the backside of the subdivision. I mean, the backside of that, that space. So how close is the front part of that, that top of that red corner, how close is that to any other amenities?
There's actually 3 amenity sites across the whole property, and one of them is that right above you to the north, that top left corner of red. It's that piece of land right above it there. That's one of the amenity sites.
Okay.
The other one is southwest a little bit, and then the third one is off to the right over by that little lake that you see in the north right corner.
Oh, okay, so the lake is going to be part of the amenity area?
It'll be one of the 3, yeah.
Okay. On that piece, that 45 or 50 acre piece?
Correct, yeah. The concept here is just to include this with the entire rest of the community, the same streetscaping, same architecture, same sidewalks, everything else.
All right, do I have a motion?
To come out of public hearing.
Motion.
Excuse me, got it.
Are you done, Brian?
Yeah, unless you need me
Okay,
finished.
thank you, I don't have any
Motion
other
out of public hearing?
Motion to come out of, second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. All right, that's, we're out of public hearing. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to approve application 2528Z, which is the rezoning from R2 single family to village node for an extension of an approved master planned community. And does staff have any stipulation, all the conditions that were for the original village Taolaga
Yes, ma'am,
village?
that was part of my conditions as well as planning commission, that it match exactly the rezoning conditions from March 2025 for the.
And that's the rest of my motion.
Okay, I have a motion with conditions that were before. Do I have a second?
A second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 4, all opposed? 1. Motion carries. All right. Item number 10.
Item number 11,
Oh,
second reading and ordinance for proposed text amendment to the Spalding County Code of Ordinances, Appendix 4, zoning, relative to revisions and additions to Appendix B, Planning Commission, and deletion of Appendix C, Board of Appeals.
All right, David, this eliminates the Board of Appeals.
Yes, sir, it
All the
does.
right places.
And this has not changed since you approved the first reading back on November 20th.
Mr. Chairman, motion to approve on second reading the ordinance for proposed text amendments to the Spalding County Code of Ordinances in relation to the Board of Appeals and the Planning Commission.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, number 12, second reading and ordinance for proposed text amendment to the Spalding County Code of Ordinances, Appendix 4, zoning, relative to revisions and additions to Article 4, general provisions, including revisions to urban proximity standards in Section 413.
Likewise, this has not changed since the first reading on November 20th as well.
Does everybody remember what this is about? I'll square on this.
Designating the areas adjacent to the city in terms of zoning. I'll make a motion to approve on second reading the ordinance that would approve the revisions and additions to Article 4, general procedures, including revisions to urban proximity standards in Section 413.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries. Old business.
Mr. Chair, under old business, number 1, consider approval of second reading of the renewal of alcohol licenses for businesses that have met all requirements and have no reported violations during the current licensing period to be approved by the county manager.
We all good with this?
No changes since first reading.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
We need to vote on this, right?
Do we need to? Yeah. All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0. Whew. We like that one. All right. New business?
Mr. Chair, under new business, number 1, consideration of the Board of Commissioners to accept the donation of High Falls 16 LLC for the design and installation of the traffic signal approved by Georgia DOT at the intersection of Highway 16, AKB Parkway, and the future industrial roadway located east of High Falls Road.
If you all remember, this was the discussion about maintenance and what we were going to do. This is $6,000 a year, as I remember. Do I have motion to approve?
So moved.
All right, I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion?
I think I speak for all of us when I say that we don't think it's fair that GDOT makes us pay for the maintenance and upkeep of things that are on their highways. But
Mr. Chair, could you amend that motion to approve with the understanding that the county attorney will finalize the MOU for your consideration at the next meeting?
You can accept the donation, but the MOU is not to be.
Okay.
That was included in the agenda package, should not be
Because the
approved.
donation doesn't specifically talk about the $6,000 in maintenance.
That's correct.
That's correct.
All right. In this action, Steve, I want to make sure that while you're talking to the local delegation about no through roads, this is another issue that they can talk to GDOT about and say, hey, we're not only talking about this, we're talking about this kind of stuff that you're doing to us at the same time. So
Absolutely.
cover it that way. All right. We motioned everything.
Actually, the motion would need to be amended for the conversation.
So amend my motion.
All right. I have an amended motion.
Reggie?
Reggie, did you amend your motion according to the?
Yeah, I amended to.
He amended his, you're amending yours? Okay. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries.
Mr. Chair, number 2, consider approval of 40-year road replacement schedule. This is not for consideration this evening. This was just phase 1, so this item would not need to be heard. Is there any issue with that?
Nope.
All right.
We heard all we need to heard. We have to think about how we want to do this in the future. All right.
Number 3, consider a recommendation from the Parks and Leisure Services Advisory Commission to accept the new motor coach policy. Again, this was a request by staff to either consider it or table.
Motion to table.
Do I have a motion to table?
Motion to table her, and I'll second it.
All right. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion is tabled.
Mr. Chair, number 4, consider adopting the 2025 Parks and Leisure Services Master Plan.
Mr. Chairman, motion to adopt the 2025 Parks and Leisure Services Master Plan.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0. Glad they did that. It's hard work and it helps us in the long run. I don't know. Go ahead.
Forgive me. Mr. Chair, number 5, consider a recommendation from the Parks and Leisure Services Advisory Commission to accept Boost 2.0 funding in the amount of $65,000 for 2026 out-of-school time programming.
Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries.
Mr. Chair, number 6, consider approval of the MOU between Leisure Services and the Juvenile Court for Transportation Services.
We had this at the earlier. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the MOU between Leisure Services and Juvenile Court to provide transportation services.
I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries.
Mr. Chair, number 7, consideration of approval of change order for Tony Trail curb replacement in the amount of $99,534.
This is the
Mr.
curb.
Chairman, I would like to make a motion to approve the change order for Tony Trail to cover the curb replacement at a total of cost of $99,534 as recommended by staff.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I say,
Motion and a second. Any more discussion?
Yes, sir. Where's this money coming from?
T-Splost.
Okay. Nope, that's it.
All right. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0. Motion carries. Let's see here now. Where are we?
Mr. Chair, number 8, consider approval of lease of office space at the former location known as Handlighter.
Motion to approve with conditions as set forth by staff.
Second.
and attorney.
I have a motion and a second. Part of the discussion with me, so everybody knows, is we have a lot of people who are calling it a lot of different things. We have a naming committee. Here's kind of the Clay Davis answer. If you haven't come up with somebody on the naming committee, you're going to be on it.
Oh,
So find somebody.
I
Two of us.
already named somebody on mine.
2 of us have names. 3 males. You get somebody.
I sent an email, 2 meetings ago with it on there.
I'm not a male. I turned mine in first.
No, yeah. Let's talk about the rest of them. All right.
Rest of y'all.
All right, you
Okay.
2 come up. If not, you're going to be on the naming committee, and the naming committee is working on 2 things: the veterans thing and
And
a
the-
street address.
how many people we need? Just one.
Right,
per-
and then the 50-year person.
22.
A 50-year person's, you should be provided to him also.
Okay.
So 2.
The naming committee's looking at 2 things. What are we naming the Henlighter Veterans Center?
Okay.
We see it in the newspaper, all kinds of things, but we haven't really
Calling it
officially named it.
anything.
Got it.
And then the name of a street.
But all I need is one person.
Correct,
Okay,
in the
got
name
it.
of the
Okay.
Yeah,
fire
one
department.
person can do both of those.
Gotcha.
All right. Do I have all those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, number 9, consideration of a budget amendment to allocate funding for the state court investigator position that is currently funded by ARPA.
Motion to approve.
With stipulations that that money comes from, isn't that what we were talking about?
The money will
I mean,
come
that-
from the,
That's all kind of one pool, so.
It's all out of the court money.
Yeah.
okay,
My issue is, this is not new money that they're taking from us.
right, it's already in there.
Yeah, all right,
Not
so,
from next year. I second it.
all right, I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries.
Mr. Chair, number 10, consideration to declare a Sheriff's Department vehicle surplus for donation to the Talbotton Police Department, a 2013 Dodge Charger Unit 1314, VIN number 6908, with approximately 160,000 miles.
Motion to approve.
I see the wonderful sheriff coming forth.
Don't worry, it's already, we good.
We trust. All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Yeah, I gotta get a second.
A motion and a second. Any more
We
discussion?
got a fantastic sheriff and I trust him to do
Yep.
the right thing.
Then
That's
that car
exactly
was
right.
drove, and that
All-
car was drove by Peavy back in the day, and it's probably never been over the speed limit.
Okie dokie. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries.
He's a court surgeon, isn't he?
Mr. Chair, number 11, consideration of resolution for implementation and adjustment of technology fees for the magistrate, probate, and state courts.
Judge Thacker was here earlier along with, yes, okay.
What we're doing here is a resolution in support of them asking our legislatures to do this.
That is correct.
3 separate resolutions, one for each court.
A motion to approve a resolution supporting the increase of our technology fee to as high as the state will allow us to.
Okay,
One each for,
Magistrate, probate,
Yes,
and
for all
state
3,
court.
absolutely.
yes.
Second.
And any other fines and fees they'll let us raise.
Yes,
So
all right.
says the
I have a
defense.
motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries.
Mr. Chair, number 12, consideration of approval of airport authority condemnation property resolution.
Needs
Not,
to be tabled.
Motion table.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. All right. Number 13.
Mr. Chair, number 13, consideration to award demolition contract of 117 East Solomon Street to Anderson Environmental Incorporated for the amount of $245,000.
Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, motion carries.
When will this be done? Do we have a timeline on that?
We will bring the contract with the notice to proceed back to you during the first meeting of January.
Item number 14.
Number 14, consideration approval of the proposed 2026 meeting calendar for Spalding County Board of Commissioners.
All right, we have a, Stephanie, you came up with a,
There was one that conflicted with a Board of Elections meeting.
There was, and we changed that to August 31st, Monday night, August 31st, for the first meeting of the September month.
okay,
Go to the January ones.
When do we vote on the
Yeah,
holiday?
okay, reschedule to Tuesday. That's it.
when did we what?
When do we vote on the holiday?
The holidays will come back to you during the first meeting of January. We're working that in the background.
Okay.
That's the January 5th, right?
That is correct. That is the
Okay.
January 5th meeting.
Please, please put on your list in case we will consider it a mental health day. We talked about that with our, especially with our first responders. I don't know how it will work with everybody, but certainly there's
Floating mental health day.
a population of people who,
I'm for that.
yeah.
All right.
I can't make that January 20th. I've got a out of state.
Okay.
I might could remote in. Cause I'll be
Okay.
in
All right.
Nevada.
Although, do we have
Need
a
a
motion?
motion?
Huh?
Motion to approve the schedule as presented by staff for the 2026 meeting calendar.
Go to the next page. Sorry.
And I'll second for discussion while you
Okay.
still deciding.
Thank you. Any more? All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 4-0, motion carries.
I'll be good.
Do I have a motion to go into executive session as per read earlier?
Motion to go in executive session, Mr. Chairman.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 4-0, we're in executive session. We will return.
That's
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
A motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. 5-0, we're out of
Motion to
executive
adjourn.
session.
Oh, we gotta do,
County manager, anything?
Yeah, I'm ready.
This late date?
Mr. Chair, I'll keep mine very brief. We have opened up our warming stations for our community. We had 6 people who took advantage of that facility last night, and tonight's going to be just as cold, so please stay warm. If you know someone who needs some help, it is. If you know someone who needs some help, please point them in the direction of City Park. Also, just want to say to the board, Merry Christmas. Thank you for all you do for our community. Thank you very much.
All right, Deputy County Manager?
No, sir, I don't have anything.
Okay, over to you, Reggie.
I want to thank everybody for my first year. Thank you guys for your support. And that's all I have.
All right,
Just everybody have a safe and happy holiday. Enjoy it. Be careful out there.
all right.
I just want to thank Judy for being here.
Yes.
Because sometimes you're the only person I have to look at.
Don't be
Merry
looking at her like that.
No, she know what I'm talking about, to try to keep my face straight. Yeah.
All right,
we're all upset about the unfunded mandates, both from the feds and the state that we had to deal with today. I don't think those are fair, and I think we should tell our congresspeople and our state reps how unfair we think they are. Was there some sort of violation at the animal shelter? Was there some kind of?
there was one.
There was one that was reported, and the same day it was passed.
So
So-
there was a violation.
There was an issue, it was fixed, it was addressed, and it's dealt with?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure that, I mean, nobody's perfect. We have those people's backs, but like, even, what I like to hear is, even when there's an issue, we can get on top of it and, it's kind of like how you do, hey, there's an issue, it's my bad, we'll learn from it, let's go, like, yep, check, what more could you ask for somebody? And I know we've talked about it a little bit, but, the Christmas parade was incredible, and it gets better every year. I'm sorry that our congressman couldn't make it. They told me on Friday, so sorry, Washington is not letting me come. There's Washington stuff he's got to do, and that's what we elected him to do, so he's up there doing it, and we want him to stay. But he really is looking forward to it. Next year, really wants to, again, if he can, if they're not making him do Washington stuff. But we do need a Kiwanis float and an Exchange Club float and a Rotary float, and there's big parade, and yet all of our big institutions, right, our big civic organizations are not represented. All right, we need to step them up. I think there used to be a trophy with Santa Claus on it that the civic organization of the year that had the best float could pass this trophy around. Like I'm not kidding. I think it's in Griffin Trophy right now. So we need to start these traditions.
How did I know there's a trophy?
Yeah, now she get excited.
It's pretty big too. It's about this big. And it's got Santa Claus on it. This whole thing. Yeah. All right, that's all.
Okay.
Wind's ready.
Thank goodness for the weather. Thank goodness for the weather on the Christmas parade. Kids
of July
were great.
parade.
I mean, they really enjoyed it. If it had been tonight, it would have been just miserable for them. Like everybody said, Merry Christmas to everybody. Please be safe. I want to talk about SPLOS for a second, everybody, so you all understand where I'm coming from with SPLOS. I've talked to a number of groups about SPLOS. They all say T-SPLOS is what we want. I said, we can't do T-SPLOS. They looked at me and said, then call T-SPLOS SPLOS and do it the same way. So I'm leading down that way so that it looks like T-SPLOS. That's not helpful to everybody, but it's where my head is first. We'll have some second level to be able to do some stuff, but the primary level is just like we did T-SPLOS. Here's the list. Here's what we're doing, and we'll take care of everything like that.
After we paid debts.
Thank you for setting Christmas parade up. Your people did a great job getting that all lined up and doing all that stuff, so I truly appreciate all of that there. Counselor?
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Cool. Anybody? All right.
Motion
Either
to
one of you
adjourn.
two.
I already did it.
Second.
We're adjourned.
Who was
Y'all
second?
act like y'all ain't got nothing to do right now.
Reggie,